Welcome to SI Audiobooks. Please like and share for more content. Chapter 1, Introduction to Scarlett O'Hara. Summary. The novel opens in April 1861 at Tara, the O'Hara family's cotton plantation in Georgia. Scarlett O'Hara, the 16-year-old daughter of Irish immigrant Gerald O'Hara and his aristocratic Southern wife, Ellen, is sitting on the front porch with the Tarleton twins, Brent and Stuart. She is beautiful, with pale skin, green eyes, and a tiny waist, and she enjoys the attention of the two brothers, who are competing for her favor. The twins excitedly talk about the possibility of war, believing the South will easily defeat the North. However, Scarlett has little interest in politics or war. She is more concerned with social events and, most importantly, Ashley Wilkes, the man she secretly loves. The twins mention that Ashley is to announce his engagement to his cousin, Melanie Hamilton, at the upcoming barbecue at 12 Oaks, the Wilkes family plantation. This news deeply shocks and angers Scarlett, as she has always believed Ashley loved her. The twins also reveal that the scandalous and mysterious Rhett Butler was recently expelled from West Point and is not welcome in many Southern social circles. However, Scarlett pays little attention, as her mind is consumed by Ashley. After the twins leave, Scarlett rushes inside to find her mother, Ellen, but instead, she encounters Mammy, the strong-willed enslaved woman who has raised her. Mammy scolds Scarlett for skipping dinner, warning that her mother will not approve. Despite this, Scarlett remains obsessed with the news of Ashley's engagement and resolves to attend the barbecue to confront him. Key notes. Introduction of Scarlett O'Hara. She is vain, selfish, and spoiled but captivating. Her primary concerns are love, beauty, and social status rather than politics or war. Ashley Wilkes' engagement. This sets up one of the novel's main conflicts, Scarlett's love for Ashley and her refusal to accept that he will marry Melanie. The Civil War looming. The men are excited about war, believing in a quick victory, which foreshadows the harsh realities that will follow. Introduction of Rhett Butler. Though only mentioned briefly, his reputation as a scandalous outsider hints at his future importance. Mammy's role. As a maternal figure and strong presence in Scarlett's life, Mammy serves as a voice of reason that Scarlett often ignores. Analysis. Chapter 1 sets the stage for the novel's main themes: love, war, and the downfall of the Old South. Scarlett is introduced as a flawed but fascinating protagonist. She is intelligent and strong-willed but also selfish and manipulative. Her obsession with Ashley represents her inability to accept reality, which will define much of her character arc. The casual mention of war shows the arrogance and blind optimism of the Southern elite. The Tarleton twins' excitement about war mirrors the larger attitude of the South, an overconfidence that will soon be shattered. The mention of Rhett Butler foreshadows his role as the novel's antihero, someone who does not fit into traditional Southern society. The chapter also highlights the role of enslaved people, particularly Mammy, who exerts more control over Scarlett than her own mother. This dynamic is crucial in understanding both the racial and social structure of the Old South. Chapter 2, The O'Hara Family and Tara. Summary. While Scarlett is still fuming over Ashley's engagement, the narrative shifts focus to her father, Gerald O'Hara. Gerald is an Irish immigrant who won Tara, their plantation, in a poker game and built it into a prosperous cotton estate. Though short and stocky, he is full of energy and has a deep love for the land. Gerald returns home from a trip to Jonesboro, where he has bought a new enslaved person, and rides up to Tara with a sense of pride. He sees Scarlett and immediately notices that she looks upset. She asks him if it's true that Ashley Wilkes is going to marry Melanie Hamilton, and Gerald confirms it, explaining that it's only natural for the Wilkes family to marry among themselves. He insists that Ashley and Melanie are well matched and that Scarlett should not waste her time pining for him. Despite Gerald's dismissal, Scarlett protests, claiming that she and Ashley are better suited. Gerald laughs, telling her that a woman like her needs a man who can match her fiery spirit. He encourages her to think of other suitors, boasting that she will be the mistress of Tara one day and should focus on keeping the land in the family. Scarlett, however, is uninterested in such concerns. Her mind is set on Ashley. At this moment, Ellen O'Hara, Scarlett's mother, is introduced. Unlike Gerald, who is loud and impulsive, Ellen is calm, composed, and highly respected. She is from an aristocratic French family and runs Tara with dignity and grace. She is deeply religious, dedicated to charity, and beloved by the enslaved people who work on the plantation. Scarlett idolizes her mother's beauty and composure but does not share her selflessness or interest in religion. Scarlett, still determined to win Ashley, begins plotting how she can change his mind at the barbecue the next day. Key notes: Gerald O'Hara's backstory. As an Irish immigrant, Gerald represents the self-made man who has built his fortune through hard work. His deep love for land foreshadows one of the novel's major themes: land as a source of identity and survival. Ellen O'Hara's role: Ellen embodies the ideal Southern lady, graceful, selfless, and deeply religious. She is everything Scarlett is not, and Scarlett secretly longs for her approval. Scarlett's disregard for land and legacy. While Gerald values Tara above all else, Scarlett is indifferent to it, seeing it as a burden rather than an inheritance. Her father's words about the importance of land will become more meaningful to her later in the story. Ashley and Melanie's compatibility. Gerald's explanation that the Wilkes family only marries within their own kind suggests that Ashley and Melanie's marriage is not just about love but about preserving a certain Southern ideal. Analysis. This chapter contrasts the different values of the O'Hara family members. Gerald represents ambition and a love of the land, Ellen represents tradition and duty, and Scarlett represents selfishness and impulsiveness. This clash of values will shape the novel's conflicts. Gerald's warning that Scarlett needs a man who matches her spirit is significant. He sees that Ashley is too intellectual and dreamy for her. This foreshadows the tension between Scarlett and Ashley throughout the novel. Meanwhile, Ellen's presence reminds us that Scarlett, despite her wild nature, longs for refinement and respectability, even if she does not understand what it truly means. The theme of land as power and survival is first introduced here. Gerald's declaration that land is the only thing that lasts will later become one of Scarlett's defining beliefs as she struggles to rebuild Tara after the war. Chapter 3: Ellen's Influence and Plantation Life. Summary. This chapter delves deeper into Ellen O'Hara and the way she manages Tara. Unlike her hot-tempered husband and impulsive daughter, Ellen is the perfect Southern lady, elegant, self-sacrificing, and disciplined. She is originally from a wealthy French family in Savannah and was once deeply in love with her cousin, Philippe Robillard, but after his tragic death, she married Gerald O'Hara, despite him being far beneath her in status. Though she has made Tara her home, Ellen's heart remains with her lost love. She keeps his miniature portrait in her room and continues to live by the strict principles of her aristocratic upbringing. She commands deep respect from everyone on the plantation, including the enslaved people, who view her as almost saintly. Her calm presence is essential to the smooth running of Tara, and Gerald himself defers to her in all matters of household management. Meanwhile, the chapter also focuses on Mammy, who has been with Ellen since her childhood. Mammy is large, strict, and fiercely loyal, ensuring that both Tara and Scarlett remain in line with Southern customs. She disapproves of Scarlett's reckless behavior and constantly reminds her of how a lady should act. Scarlett, in contrast to her mother, does not see herself as someone who should sacrifice for others. She wants what she wants and does not care for the responsibilities of plantation life or household management. While she admires Ellen, she does not share her sense of duty. She sees Ellen's selflessness as something that prevents her from truly living, not as an ideal to aspire to. That evening, Ellen is called away to tend to Emmy Slattery, a poor white woman who has given birth out of wedlock. Emmy's condition is scandalous, but Ellen insists on helping her, following her strong Catholic beliefs of charity. This reinforces the contrast between Ellen and Scarlett. Ellen believes in duty and self-sacrifice, while Scarlett only thinks of herself. As Scarlett watches her mother ride off into the night, she realizes that Ellen is her source of stability. Though she does not yet understand it, she depends on her mother far more than she knows. Key notes. Ellen O'Hara's character. She is the epitome of Southern grace and duty, embodying self-sacrifice in contrast to Scarlett's selfishness. Ellen's past love. Her true love was Philippe Robillard, not Gerald, suggesting that even the most seemingly perfect Southern ladies have secret heartbreaks. Mammy's influence. Mammy serves as both a caregiver and an enforcer of tradition, constantly trying to mold Scarlett into the ideal Southern woman. Scarlett's rejection of duty. Unlike her mother, Scarlett does not believe in self-sacrifice. She admires Ellen's strength but sees duty as something that limits happiness. Ellen's role in the community. Her willingness to help Emmy Slattery, despite the social disgrace, highlights her commitment to charity and religious duty. Analysis. This chapter reinforces the theme of Southern womanhood and duty. Ellen is an idealized version of the Southern lady, selfless, composed, and deeply respected. However, her past love for Philippe suggests that even she has endured heartbreak and loss, hinting at the sacrifices women were expected to make in this society. Scarlett's selfishness is further highlighted. She does not understand or appreciate Ellen's sacrifices and views duty as something that holds women back. This foreshadows Scarlett's later struggles, as she will be forced into positions where she must take responsibility, whether she likes it or not. Ellen's influence is key to the stability of Tara. Her departure for the night subtly foreshadows what will happen when she is no longer there. Scarlett will have to learn to survive without her, something she is not yet prepared for. Chapter 4. Scarlett's rival and the Wilkes family tradition. Summary. Scarlett is restless as she prepares for the upcoming barbecue at 12 Oaks, the Wilkes family plantation. Her mind is entirely consumed by Ashley Wilkes and her determination to win him over, despite his upcoming engagement to Melanie Hamilton. The chapter provides more insight into the Wilkes family. The Wilkeses are wealthy and refined but different from the O'Haras. They are deeply intellectual and artistic, enjoying literature, music, and philosophy. Unlike the O'Haras, who are fiery and passionate, the Wilkes family values quiet contemplation and idealism. Scarlett, however, does not care about these differences. She is convinced that she and Ashley belong together. She believes that if she can get him alone at the barbecue, she can make him admit his love for her. The chapter also focuses on Melanie Hamilton, Scarlett's rival. Melanie is Ashley's cousin and fiancée, and she is everything Scarlett is not: gentle, kind, and deeply selfless. She lacks Scarlett's beauty but has a quiet strength and intelligence that the Wilkes family admires. Scarlett, on the other hand, sees Melanie as weak and uninteresting, completely underestimating her. Meanwhile, Gerald O'Hara speaks to Scarlett about the importance of Tara and their land, once again reminding her that land is the only thing that lasts. He warns her not to waste time pining over Ashley, but Scarlett ignores him, fully confident in her ability to change Ashley's mind. As the day of the barbecue approaches, Scarlett becomes more determined than ever. She will not accept Ashley's engagement to Melanie, no matter what. Key notes. The Wilkes family's intellectualism. The Wilkeses are more artistic and philosophical than the O'Haras, setting up a contrast between Ashley and Scarlett's personalities. Melanie Hamilton's character. She is gentle and selfless, the perfect match for Ashley in ways Scarlett cannot understand. Scarlett's underestimation of Melanie. Scarlett sees Melanie as weak, not realizing that Melanie's quiet strength will make her a formidable presence later in the novel. Gerald's lesson about land. He reminds Scarlett that land is the only thing that lasts, a lesson she does not yet appreciate but will come to understand later in life. Analysis. This chapter deepens the contrast between Scarlett and Ashley. While she is passionate and impulsive, Ashley is introspective and idealistic. Their differences suggest that even if Ashley were free, their relationship would likely be troubled. Scarlett's failure to understand Melanie is also significant. She assumes that beauty and charm are the most important qualities in a woman, underestimating Melanie's intelligence and inner strength. This blindness will cause Scarlett to misjudge Melanie's role in her life as the story unfolds. Gerald's emphasis on the importance of land foreshadows one of the novel's major themes. Scarlett is too focused on love and romance to care about Tara now, but later, when war and hardship strip everything away, her father's words will take on a new meaning. Chapter 5. The Barbecue at 12 Oaks. Summary. The long-awaited day of the barbecue at 12 Oaks arrives, and Scarlett, dressed in an elegant green muslin dress that highlights her beauty, is determined to steal Ashley away from Melanie. The Wilkes plantation is grand, with its massive white columned mansion surrounded by lush gardens and fields, embodying the height of Southern wealth and aristocracy. As Scarlett arrives with her family, she is surrounded by admirers. She effortlessly flirts with the young men, making them compete for her attention, but her true focus is on Ashley Wilkes. However, to her annoyance, Ashley remains distant and polite, treating her with friendship rather than romantic interest. Inside the house, Scarlett finally sees Melanie Hamilton, Ashley's fiancée. Melanie is petite and plain, but her face is warm with kindness. Unlike Scarlett, who sees Melanie as a rival to be crushed, Melanie greets Scarlett with open affection, genuinely happy to see her. Scarlett is frustrated that Melanie does not seem jealous of her or threatened by her presence. During the barbecue, the men gather in one room to discuss the coming war, while the women remain outside, engaging in small talk and gossip. The men, including Ashley and his father, John Wilkes, firmly believe in the South's ability to win a war against the North. The conversation is dominated by fiery speeches about Southern honor, the strength of Southern men, and the certainty of victory. Suddenly, a voice of dissent cuts through the conversation. Rhett Butler, the scandalous outsider from Charleston, laughs at their confidence. He boldly tells the Southern gentlemen that they are completely unprepared for war and have no chance against the North's superior industry and resources. His words shock and anger everyone, and he is quickly dismissed as unpatriotic. But Scarlett is intrigued by him, noticing his dark, amused eyes watching her. Though she does not realize it yet, this is her first real meeting with the man who will change her life. Despite the lively event, Scarlett is impatient. She has only one goal: to get Ashley alone. She plans to confess her love and convince him to leave Melanie. Key notes: the grandeur of 12 Oaks. The Wilkes plantation represents the height of the Southern aristocracy, soon to be destroyed by war. Scarlett's confidence. She fully believes she can steal Ashley from Melanie, unaware that his love for Melanie is genuine. Melanie's kindness. Unlike Scarlett, Melanie does not see Scarlett as a rival, which makes Scarlett even more frustrated. The men's war talk. Their overconfidence in the South's ability to win highlights their blind arrogance and foreshadows disaster. Rhett Butler's first real appearance. He immediately challenges the Southern mindset, making him stand apart from the other men. His intelligence and cynicism intrigue Scarlett. Analysis. This chapter contrasts the illusion of Southern strength with the harsh reality of war. The men at 12 Oaks believe they are invincible, but Rhett Butler's comments expose the fatal flaw in their thinking. His willingness to challenge their arrogance foreshadows his role as the novel's realist, someone who sees the truth even when others refuse to. Scarlett's first true interaction with Rhett is significant. Though she does not yet recognize his importance in her life, he already sees through her in a way Ashley never could. His amusement at her behavior hints at the future push and pull dynamic that will define their relationship. Meanwhile, Melanie's warmth and genuine kindness toward Scarlett contrast with Scarlett's selfish and competitive nature. Scarlett cannot understand that Melanie's strength lies in her goodness, a quality that will ultimately make her one of the most important people in Scarlett's life. As Scarlett schemes to win over Ashley, she remains blind to the deeper truths around her, about Ashley, about Melanie, and about the world that is about to change forever. Chapter 6: Scarlett's Confession and Ashley's Rejection. Summary. As the barbecue at 12 Oaks continues, Scarlett finally gets her chance to be alone with Ashley Wilkes. She follows him into the library, determined to make him admit his love for her and break off his engagement to Melanie Hamilton. Once inside, Scarlett boldly confesses her feelings, telling Ashley that she loves him and that he must love her too. She is confident that her beauty and charm will sway him. However, Ashley responds with sadness rather than excitement. He admits that he does love Scarlett, but he also loves Melanie, and he has chosen Melanie because she understands him in a way Scarlett never could. Ashley explains that he and Scarlett are too different. He admires her fiery spirit, but they do not share the same values or worldview. He belongs in Melanie's world of gentleness, intellect, and quiet strength, while Scarlett represents passion, impulsiveness, and a love for excitement rather than reflection. Scarlett, furious and humiliated, refuses to accept his reasoning. She slaps him across the face, enraged that he will not choose her. Ashley, pained but composed, leaves the room, telling her that he wishes she had not told him this. Left alone, Scarlett collapses onto a sofa, overwhelmed by her anger and heartbreak. In her fury, she picks up a small vase and throws it against the fireplace, shattering it. To her shock, a deep, amused voice speaks from the shadows. Rhett Butler has been in the room the entire time, hidden on the couch. He stands up, grinning, and sarcastically applauds Scarlett's performance, telling her that he has enjoyed the scene immensely. Scarlett is mortified. Rhett tells her that she is a poor judge of men, mocking her for believing that Ashley would ever have the strength to break tradition and run away with her. He adds that Ashley is too honorable to betray his family, while Scarlett is far too willful to ever be satisfied with a man like Ashley. Scarlett, still furious and embarrassed, lashes out at Rhett, but he only laughs. He tells her that she is not a lady, she is something far better, a survivor. This cryptic comment stays with her long after he leaves. As the guests prepare to leave the barbecue, Scarlett is still reeling from Ashley's rejection, but her story with both Ashley and Rhett is far from over. Key notes: Ashley admits his love for Scarlett. This confirms that his feelings for her are real, but he chooses honor and duty over passion. Ashley's choice of Melanie: he respects Scarlett but knows that Melanie is a better match for his quiet, introspective nature. Scarlett's temper: her slap and destruction of the vase symbolize her inability to handle rejection or accept things that do not go her way. Rhett Butler is an observer. He has been watching the entire scene and sees through Scarlett's illusions about love. Rhett's insight: he recognizes that Scarlett is not a traditional Southern lady but rather a survivor, something she does not yet understand about herself. Analysis: this is a pivotal chapter in the novel because it establishes the main love triangle, Scarlett, Ashley, and Rhett, and shows why Scarlett will never truly have Ashley. Ashley's confession that he loves Scarlett but will not choose her highlights the conflict between passion and duty. Unlike Scarlett, who acts purely on emotion, Ashley is bound by tradition and responsibility. Rhett's unexpected presence changes everything. Unlike Ashley, he does not lie to Scarlett or try to soften the truth. He sees who she truly is, selfish, passionate, and headstrong, but he admires her for it. His comment that she is a survivor foreshadows the hardships Scarlett will face and how she will ultimately adapt to survive. Scarlett's failure to win Ashley also marks her first major loss, but instead of accepting it, she becomes even more determined to have him. This sets the stage for her lifelong obsession with him, even as her fate becomes increasingly tied to Rhett. Chapter 7: War is declared. Summary: the joyful atmosphere of the barbecue is shattered when the men rush outside. War has been declared. The guests erupt in cheers and celebration, convinced that the South will triumph quickly. The men, eager to enlist, boast about glory, honor, and defending their way of life. Scarlett, still humiliated by Ashley's rejection, barely registers the excitement around her. Her heartbreak is made worse when she sees Ashley and Melanie together, standing close as he gently reassures her. It is clear that Ashley will not change his mind, and Melanie, unaware of Scarlett's feelings, looks at her with innocent kindness. While most of the men immediately rush to enlist, Rhett Butler remains unimpressed. He mocks their enthusiasm, telling them they are rushing off to certain death, and warning that the North has the advantage in industry and resources. His bluntness offends the Southern gentleman, and he is shunned for his lack of patriotism. Despite her pain, Scarlett is still surrounded by admirers. Charles Hamilton, Melanie's shy and mild-mannered brother, mistakes her sorrow for sadness over the war. Seeing an opportunity, Scarlett flirts with him, and he is instantly smitten. Within a few days, Charles proposes, and Scarlett accepts, not out of love, but out of spite. She wants to hurt Ashley and prove that she does not need him. Charles, completely unaware of Scarlett's true motives, is thrilled and prepares to leave for war as a newly engaged man. Meanwhile, Melanie and Ashley also announce their engagement, solidifying Scarlett's defeat. As the chapter ends, Scarlett forces herself to smile, determined to prove that she does not care, even as her heart breaks. Key notes: the South's overconfidence. The men believe the war will be quick and glorious, underestimating the North's strength. Rhett Butler's realism. He alone understands the true cost of war and is mocked for his honesty. Scarlett's revenge marriage. She does not love Charles Hamilton but accepts his proposal purely to hurt Ashley. Ashley and Melanie's engagement. This solidifies the love triangle and Scarlett's obsession with Ashley. Analysis. This chapter marks the beginning of the Civil War, but for Scarlett, the real war is personal. She has lost Ashley to Melanie. Her rash decision to marry Charles foreshadows her pattern of making impulsive choices out of anger or revenge. The Southern men's blind enthusiasm for war reflects their deep denial about the changing world. They see war as a chance to prove their honor, but Rhett Butler's cynical perspective suggests that the South is doomed from the start. His willingness to speak the truth sets him apart from the other men, making him an outsider. Scarlett's refusal to accept Ashley's choice drives her into a loveless marriage, showing her inability to deal with loss. Instead of moving on, she seeks control in the only way she knows, by making rash decisions to assert her power. Her forced smile at the end of the chapter highlights her biggest flaw: she refuses to admit when she is hurt. Rather than facing her emotions, she buries them under pride and spite, a pattern that will shape the rest of her life. Chapter 8. Widowhood and War's Harsh Reality. Summary. Scarlett's revenge marriage to Charles Hamilton is short-lived. Within 2 months of enlisting, Charles dies of pneumonia and measles in a military camp before ever seeing battle. Instead of experiencing the excitement of married life, Scarlett becomes a widow at 16, bound by the suffocating expectations of mourning. As a young widow in Southern society, Scarlett is expected to remain in mourning, wearing black, avoiding parties, and behaving solemnly. She is bored and resentful, unable to enjoy the attention she once had. She does not love Charles, so she feels no grief, only frustration at being trapped by custom. Scarlett's only source of happiness is her newborn son, Wade Hampton Hamilton, though she feels no strong maternal love for him. She sees Wade as another burden, a reminder of the dull life she has been forced into. Her mother, Ellen, encourages her to find comfort in religion and duty, but Scarlett's rebellious nature makes this impossible. She does not care about honor or sacrifice, she only longs for the fun and excitement she once had. Meanwhile, the war intensifies, and life in the South begins to change. Men are dying, supplies are dwindling, and the once carefree society begins to feel the weight of war. Scarlett is miserable at Tara, surrounded by reminders of her widowhood. When Aunt Pittypat invites her to come stay in Atlanta, Scarlett jumps at the chance, not because she wants a change of scenery, but because Ashley will be in Atlanta while on leave. Despite his marriage to Melanie, Scarlett still clings to the hope that she can win him back. As the chapter ends, Scarlett leaves for Atlanta, eager for a fresh start, but still trapped in her delusions about Ashley. Key notes. Charles Hamilton's death. Scarlett's revenge marriage ends quickly, showing how impulsive decisions lead to unwanted consequences. Scarlett's widowhood. Society expects her to be mournful and modest, but she feels nothing but frustration. Motherhood and Wade Hampton. Scarlett does not feel maternal love, viewing her child as another restriction on her freedom. War's growing impact. The South's overconfidence fades as reality sets in, supplies are short, and death is everywhere. Scarlett's escape to Atlanta. She sees it as a chance for excitement and to be near Ashley, not as a way to heal or change. Analysis. This chapter exposes the emptiness of Scarlett's choices. She marries Charles for revenge, not love, and as a result, she is trapped in a life she never wanted. Her lack of grief highlights her emotional immaturity. She does not understand loss unless it directly affects her desires. Scarlett's reaction to motherhood is also telling. She sees Wade as a burden, not a source of love or purpose. This contrasts sharply with Melanie, who later embraces motherhood as her greatest joy. Scarlett's selfishness and resistance to duty prevent her from forming deep emotional connections. The war's reality begins to set in, but Scarlett is still blind to it. She views Atlanta as a chance to chase Ashley, not as a city on the brink of destruction. Her obsession with the past keeps her from recognizing the dangers of the future. Her decision to leave for Atlanta is a turning point. She believes she is escaping her problems, but in reality, she is moving toward even greater challenges. Chapter 9. Scarlett in Atlanta and the Strain of War. Summary. Scarlett arrives in Atlanta, eagerly anticipating a fresh start. She is hopeful that this change in scenery will bring her closer to Ashley, who is stationed nearby. However, the war's impact on Atlanta is already beginning to take a toll, and Scarlett soon realizes that things are not as she expected. Upon arrival, Scarlett is greeted by Aunt Pittypat, who is shocked to see her so lively after Charles's death. Aunt Pittypat, who is frail and emotional, is overwhelmed by the war's effects and the worries about her husband's health, who has also enlisted. The war is changing everyone, especially in a city like Atlanta, which was once a hub of luxury and social activities. Scarlett's thoughts, however, remain fixed on Ashley. She convinces herself that if she can get close to him, he will see how much she loves him and will abandon Melanie. She tries to seduce him with her beauty, but Ashley remains distant, politely declining her advances. He still loves Melanie and is loyal to her, but Scarlett refuses to accept this. Meanwhile, the war is becoming more real. Scarlett is disturbed to hear news of the Southern Army's worsening condition and the growing shortage of supplies. The mood in Atlanta is tense, as people begin to realize that victory is far from guaranteed. Scarlett's privileged life in the past has protected her from the harshness of the conflict, but now, in Atlanta, she is forced to confront its reality. Despite her persistent obsession with Ashley, Scarlett soon notices Rhett Butler again. He appears to be thriving in this new, chaotic world. Rhett seems unaffected by the war and carries himself with the same cynical confidence. His presence continues to intrigue Scarlett, even though she is still convinced that Ashley is the love of her life. The chapter concludes with Scarlett feeling the first stirrings of her growing awareness that the world around her is changing, and that nothing will be the same after the war. But she refuses to let go of her obsession with Ashley. Key notes: war's impact on Atlanta. The city that once symbolized Southern wealth and comfort is now under siege, reflecting the gradual decline of the Confederacy. Scarlett's continued obsession with Ashley. Despite his loyalty to Melanie, Scarlett cannot let go of her feelings for him. She tries to seduce him, but Ashley remains faithful. Rhett Butler's cynicism. While others are starting to feel the strain of the war, Rhett remains confident and detached, making him an even more intriguing figure for Scarlett. Aunt Pittypat's fragility. She represents the Southern women's vulnerability in the face of war and hardship. Analysis. This chapter marks a significant shift in Scarlett's character development. Her obsession with Ashley continues to be the central focus of her life, even as the war fundamentally reshapes the world around her. Despite the growing evidence that Ashley is loyal to Melanie, Scarlett remains stubborn and refuses to face the truth. This highlights her self-deception. She cannot let go of the romantic fantasy she has created around Ashley, even when the reality is harsh and unyielding. The chapter also introduces the gradual erosion of the South's power and prosperity. Atlanta, once a symbol of wealth and pride, is now a city under siege, forced to reckon with the horrors of war. This marks the beginning of the end for the Southern aristocracy, and Scarlett's lack of awareness about the war's true cost shows how out of touch she is with reality. Rhett Butler's role as the realist becomes clearer. While everyone else is trapped in idealism and nostalgia, Rhett sees the war for what it is, a devastating and destructive force. His detachment and ability to remain unaffected by the changes make him a formidable character, and Scarlett's growing curiosity about him hints at the future tension between them. Chapter 10: The Siege of Atlanta and Scarlett's Growing Resilience. Summary: the war is now becoming impossible to ignore. Atlanta is under siege, and the Southern Army is losing ground. Scarlett's world, once filled with luxury and ease, begins to crumble as the realities of war seep into everyday life. Scarlett, however, is determined not to be affected by the chaos surrounding her. She still clings to her hope that Ashley will come to his senses, but increasingly, she finds herself grappling with her growing awareness that the war is far from over and her personal dreams are slipping away. Scarlett's thoughts are once again dominated by Ashley and her unrequited love. She repeatedly tells herself that once the war is over, everything will be set right, Ashley will be free to marry her, and they can live in the comfort and joy she has always imagined. Rhett Butler, who continues to play a role in her life, becomes more and more elusive. Scarlett is drawn to him, but her obsession with Ashley blinds her to Rhett's potential influence. He seems more and more like a man who knows what is to come, and his biting remarks about the Confederacy's likely defeat are a sharp contrast to Scarlett's unwavering belief in victory. The mood in Atlanta is dire, with food shortages becoming more pronounced and the reality of the siege closing in. People are panicking, and the once proud city is now an angry, frightened shell of its former self. Scarlett's house, which once served as a center for social gatherings, is now being used to care for the wounded, as is everyone's home. Despite her inner turmoil, Scarlett tries to maintain control. She steps in and helps with the wounded, using her forceful personality to push through and take charge, even as the city deteriorates. Her determination to survive is apparent in how she throws herself into tasks that once would have been unthinkable for a lady of her standing. As the chapter progresses, the final collapse of Atlanta begins to unfold. The city is finally overtaken by Union forces, and the Southern Army begins retreating. Scarlett's comfortable life is gone, and the world she once knew is slipping away. With the Southern Army's retreat, Scarlett is forced to come to terms with the fact that the Confederacy is losing. However, even in the face of defeat, Scarlett resolves to stay strong and refuses to believe that life as she knows it is over. She is determined to hold on to hope and resilience despite the world crumbling around her. Key notes: Atlanta under siege. The once thriving city is now isolated and falling apart, reflecting the South's decline in the face of war. Scarlett's inner conflict. Scarlett's delusion about Ashley persists despite the surrounding chaos, but her growing resilience starts to show. Scarlett's increasing role. Scarlett steps up to take charge in a crumbling world, showing her ability to adapt to difficult circumstances. Rhett's growing detachment. He remains unaffected by the war's destruction, offering blunt commentary, but Scarlett remains blind to his significance. The collapse of Southern society. The loss of Atlanta represents the disintegration of the Confederacy's ideals and the shift in Scarlett's life. Analysis. In this chapter, Scarlett's evolution from a naive Southern belle to a more hardened, practical woman becomes clear. While Ashley and Melanie remain trapped in the world of Southern ideals and romanticism, Scarlett's character begins to shift. The war, although devastating, forces her to confront the brutal realities of life. This chapter marks Scarlett's first significant steps toward survival. She is learning to adapt to the chaos around her, even if it means acting outside of the prescribed gender roles. Her refusal to accept the defeat of the South shows her stubbornness, but also her determination to survive. In contrast, Rhett Butler's realism continues to clash with Scarlett's idealism. His understanding of the situation provides a sharp contrast to her obsessive focus on Ashley and the fantasies of her past life. The collapse of Atlanta is symbolic of the collapse of the Old South. It is no longer the place of glory and pride but is now the heart of the painful transformation the South is undergoing. For Scarlett, this is the loss of a world she had cherished, yet it will force her to grow stronger and redefine herself. The emotional and physical destruction of Atlanta, though painful, sets the stage for Scarlett's next phase of transformation as she learns to take action, not just dream of a better life. Chapter 11. The Fall of Atlanta and Scarlett's Tough Choices. Summary. The inevitable fall of Atlanta finally happens. The Union Army has breached the city's defenses, and it's clear that the South has lost this critical battle. The Southern troops retreat, leaving the city defenseless, and the citizens are in a state of panic and confusion. Scarlett, ever the realist, is forced to face the harsh reality that her beloved city is no longer a safe haven. Rhett Butler plays a pivotal role in this chapter. Scarlett is desperate to find a way out of the city with her aunt and other relatives. Rhett helps Scarlett escape when he provides her with a horse and a place to stay. Though his cynicism and aloofness still frustrate Scarlett, she is grateful for his assistance, and her complex feelings toward him continue to deepen. Scarlett's primary concern is now getting out of Atlanta safely, and her thoughts on Ashley fade into the background. The reality of the Southern defeat is too large to ignore. Still, Scarlett remains determined to survive and make it back to her home, Tara, which she believes will offer some semblance of security. As Scarlett travels with her relatives, the group faces severe dangers. They are forced to travel through unsafe territory, and they encounter plundering soldiers and other refugees who have also fled the advancing Union forces. In these dangerous conditions, Scarlett must take charge and act quickly to protect her family. Despite the devastation of the South, Scarlett's resolve to survive grows stronger. She is no longer the helpless girl of earlier chapters but a woman who is willing to do whatever it takes to protect herself and her loved ones. She proves herself a determined survivor and begins to adapt to the new, brutal world. Meanwhile, Rhett Butler's role continues to complicate Scarlett's life. He remains an enigmatic figure, unwilling to commit to the South's cause or to Scarlet. He seems detached, yet his actions show that he has more of a connection to her than he lets on. Despite his seeming indifference to everything around him, his helpful gestures show he is not without compassion, though Scarlet still does not fully understand him. As the chapter ends, Scarlet's feelings of loss and confusion are palpable, but she is also beginning to recognize the strength within herself. She knows the road ahead is difficult, but she is more determined than ever to face it head-on. Key notes: Fall of Atlanta. Atlanta's collapse represents the end of the South's stronghold, and Scarlet is forced to confront the reality of defeat. Scarlet's leadership. Scarlet's determination to protect her family in the midst of danger shows how much she has evolved from the girl who once dreamed of a romantic future. Rhett's help. Though still emotionally distant, Rhett plays an important role in helping Scarlet escape the chaos of Atlanta, cementing his place in her life. Scarlet's resilience. Despite overwhelming odds, Scarlet's will to survive grows stronger as she faces dangers and challenges. The changing role of women. This chapter marks a shift in Scarlet's role as a leader and protector. Analysis. This chapter is a turning point in the novel, as Scarlet's character continues to evolve in the face of war and loss. The fall of Atlanta is a symbolic representation of the South's collapse, and Scarlet is forced to confront the brutality of the war and the destruction of the life she once knew. One of the most significant aspects of this chapter is Scarlet's transformation from a romantic dreamer to a pragmatic survivor. She is no longer concerned with Ashley's affections or her lost social standing. Instead, her focus shifts to survival, and she takes charge of the situation. This is a major development in her character arc, as it shows her growing strength and resilience. Rhett Butler's role continues to be enigmatic. While Scarlet still doesn't fully understand him, his actions speak louder than his words. He's not a typical Southern hero, and his refusal to align himself with any cause makes him a complicated figure. However, it's clear that Scarlet's relationship with him is deepening, even if she's still obsessed with Ashley. The dangerous journey Scarlet undertakes further emphasizes her willingness to do whatever it takes to survive, no matter the cost. She is moving from a life of privilege to one of hardship and uncertainty, and the novel shows how war changes everything, especially for women like Scarlet, who must adapt quickly to a world that no longer revolves around comfort or social appearances. Chapter 12. Life at Tara and Scarlet's Resolve. Summary. The chapter opens with Scarlet finally returning to Tara, the family's plantation in the countryside. The once grand estate is now in a state of disrepair, with the plantation's fields damaged, and much of the land left unattended. Scarlet's mother, Ellen, had always taken great care in managing Tara, but the war and its aftermath have ravaged everything. Upon arriving, Scarlet is greeted by her father, Gerald, who is disoriented and confused, and her sister Sue Ellen, who is resentful and bitter. Scarlet realizes that, in the absence of her mother's steady leadership, she is now the only one who can hold the family together. She begins to see that it is up to her to restore order and make sure the family survives. Despite the damage to the land, Scarlet is determined to make Tara prosper again, even if it means taking on responsibilities that would typically have been outside her social role. She faces the harsh realities of farming, the lack of labor, the shortage of food, and the need to plant crops for survival. Scarlet takes a more active role, organizing the work on the plantation and overseeing the day-to-day operations. Scarlet's thoughts continue to center on her lost social life and Ashley, but now, her primary concern is the survival of Tara and the well-being of her family. The once self-absorbed Southern belle is now forced to become a pragmatic leader, and she's determined to keep the family from falling apart. At the same time, Scarlet's resilience and resourcefulness become even more apparent. She makes tough decisions, such as hiring local men for work despite the stigma, and she sacrifices her pride to ensure that Tara survives. She realizes that she cannot rely on traditional sources of wealth and must now take a hands-on approach. Meanwhile, the news of the Confederate defeat reaches Tara, and Scarlet is forced to accept the consequences. The idea of defeat has always seemed like an abstract concept, but it is now a concrete reality. With the North's victory, Scarlet faces an uncertain future, and the burden of making things right at Tara weighs heavily on her. Key notes. Return to Tara. Scarlett's return to Terra represents a return to roots, but also an awakening to harsh realities. Scarlett's role as the new leader. With her mother gone and her father unable to manage, Scarlett becomes the de facto head of the family, taking on adult responsibilities. Tough decisions for survival. Scarlett becomes pragmatic, focusing on the survival of the family and plantation. She shows resourcefulness and determination. The fallout from Confederate defeat. The reality of Southern defeat becomes clear, and Scarlett must face the consequences for herself and her family. Scarlett's internal conflict. Despite her growing sense of responsibility, Scarlett's thoughts are still clouded by her desire for Ashley and her longing for the old world she's lost. Analysis. In this chapter, Scarlett's transformation from an indulgent young woman into a strong, pragmatic leader is solidified. She steps up to the role of managing Terra, even when it means doing tasks that would have once been beneath her. Scarlett's growing resilience is a key theme here. She realizes that she cannot rely on the old ways of Southern gentility to survive. Instead, she must take action in a world that no longer values tradition. Scarlett's inner conflict between her yearning for Ashley and her growing sense of responsibility is also a critical aspect of her character development. She is still, in some ways, trapped by the past, but her need to protect her family and preserve Terra forces her to push aside her personal desires for a while. Scarlett's determination to restore Terra becomes a symbol of survival in the face of overwhelming odds. The chapter also explores the changing roles of women in a post-war world. Scarlett is no longer the sheltered Southern belle, and in taking on roles typically reserved for men, she reflects how the war has forced women like her to adapt and evolve. She is pushing the boundaries of what society expects of women, and in doing so, she is redefining what it means to be strong and resilient in a world that is no longer kind to the old ways. Finally, the reality of the Confederate defeat serves as a catalyst for Scarlett's awakening. Her once rosy view of the South's cause is gone, and she must now deal with the consequences of that loss. This moment signals the beginning of Scarlett's acceptance that the world she has known is gone, and she must now adapt to a new, harsh reality. Chapter 13. Scarlett's determination and challenges at Terra. Summary. In this chapter, Scarlett's leadership at Terra continues to evolve as she takes on the full responsibility of managing the plantation. While the war has ravaged the South, Scarlett is determined that Terra will survive. Despite the lack of resources and the growing difficulties of harvesting the crops, she begins to realize that desperation and hard work are her only means of survival. Scarlett faces severe challenges in running the plantation, including labor shortages and the fact that many of the slaves have either been freed or have fled. She does her best to organize the remaining workers, but it's clear that the labor force is insufficient for the tasks at hand. The land is in poor condition, and Scarlett faces the reality of having to work harder than ever before. While Scarlett is determined to make Terra work again, the difficulty of her situation begins to weigh on her. She can no longer depend on the old ways and must now embrace a more aggressive and practical approach. Scarlett has little patience for conventional Southern gentility, and she takes every step necessary to ensure the plantation's survival, including negotiating with local traders and trading for supplies. She even tries to plant crops and hire workers at any cost. Scarlett's obsession with Ashley continues to haunt her, though. Her desire to marry Ashley remains as strong as ever, but she is beginning to realize that her world is no longer aligned with the romantic notions she once held. Her thoughts on Ashley are still filled with longing, but she is starting to accept the fact that he may never be hers. She is growing emotionally and accepting that life must go on, but the hold Ashley has on her heart remains a struggle. Rhett Butler makes his return to Terra in this chapter. He offers assistance to Scarlett as she continues to deal with the aftermath of the war. Rhett's sharp wit and blunt manner continue to frustrate Scarlett, but she is also aware that he is the one person who seems unaffected by the challenges of the war. Unlike others who are caught up in the loss of the South, Rhett maintains a detached view of things. His pragmatic and often cynical views continue to rub Scarlett the wrong way, but she realizes that his help is invaluable. The chapter ends with Scarlett being confronted by reality. Her family's survival depends on the harsh, pragmatic choices she makes. The luxury of the old world is gone, and Scarlett must now face the future with grit and determination. She is beginning to embrace a more ruthless survival instinct but still clings to the hope that Ashley will one day see her as his true love. Key notes: Scarlett's role as head of Tara. Scarlett continues to take charge of the plantation, dealing with the difficulties of labor shortages and land devastation caused by the war. Labor and survival. Scarlett's determination to keep Tara alive is reflected in her decision to hire workers and trade supplies, showing her willingness to break from tradition and do what is necessary for survival. Scarlett's continued longing for Ashley. Although Scarlett is making hard choices for survival, she remains emotionally invested in Ashley, reflecting her inner conflict between practicality and desire. Rhett's return and role. Rhett's return adds another layer of complexity to Scarlett's life. His pragmatic detachment and blunt opinions continue to challenge her, but she recognizes that he is one of the few people who can help her in these difficult times. Scarlett's emotional growth. Scarlett is slowly beginning to accept the reality of her situation, but her obsession with Ashley keeps her from fully moving forward. Analysis. In this chapter, Scarlett's character takes a significant step forward in her emotional and practical growth. Her increasing determination to survive is clear in her efforts to run Tara, even as the plantation is in ruins. Her ability to make tough decisions and push herself into uncomfortable territory marks a clear departure from the pampered life she once knew. However, the chapter also shows the emotional complexity that still defines Scarlett. Despite her growing pragmatism, she is still haunted by her feelings for Ashley. Her emotional journey is at odds with the practical decisions she must make for the sake of Tara. This inner conflict is an essential part of her character development, showing that even as she grows stronger, she cannot easily escape the romantic attachments of her past. Rhett's return further complicates Scarlett's emotional state. He offers a sharp contrast to Ashley, being blunt, cynical, and pragmatic in ways that Ashley never could. Scarlett's attraction to him, despite herself, reveals her deeper struggle to reconcile romantic ideals with the harshness of reality. Rhett's detachment and lack of emotional investment frustrate her, yet it's clear that he is becoming more of a presence in her life. This sets the stage for a complicated relationship that will continue to evolve. The chapter also highlights the new Southern reality in which women like Scarlett must redefine their roles. Scarlett is no longer the damsel in distress but a determined survivor who must take charge of her family's future. Her resourcefulness and resolve will be key to her survival and success as the South rebuilds itself. Chapter 14, Scarlett's Growing Power and the Reign of Change. Summary. Chapter 14 delves deeper into Scarlett's continued adaptation to the changing world around her, as well as her growing dominance in the face of overwhelming adversity. The chapter begins with Scarlett increasingly taking charge of Tara's recovery, making hard decisions and stepping further into her role as the head of the household. The financial strain continues, and Scarlett must negotiate and barter to obtain the resources necessary to keep Tara running, even if it means violating old social norms. In her relentless drive to keep her family and home intact, Scarlett makes some sacrifices that will come back to haunt her. She reaches out to local merchants and landholders to secure loans and supplies, but these arrangements come at a cost, both financial and personal. Scarlett, who once had a delicate relationship with Southern propriety, is now willing to manipulate the situation to ensure that Tara thrives. The Southern social structure is in shambles, and Scarlett realizes she must abandon some of her old ideals in order to survive. Scarlett's ambition grows as she begins to think about ways to expand her resources, focusing on buying land and investing in ventures that could prove financially rewarding. She understands that in this new world, capital and hard work are more valuable than social rank or status. This chapter marks Scarlett's transition from the emotional grip of the past to the cold, calculating pragmatism of a woman who is determined to create a new life from the ruins. In the midst of her struggle to revive Tara, Scarlett's thoughts about Ashley Wilkes become more complicated. She continues to harbor unrequited love for him, yet she starts to realize that his place in her life may no longer be what it once was. While she continues to be drawn to him, she begins to notice his emotional distance and loyalty to his wife, Melanie. Scarlett's romantic fixation on Ashley begins to feel increasingly futile, though her obsession is not easily shaken. She remains stubborn in her belief that she will eventually win him over. Despite Scarlett's success at Terra, she also faces internal conflict as she tries to reconcile the need for financial success with the emotional toll of sacrificing her previous way of life. The old Southern world is gone, and Scarlett is left to navigate this new world of survival, where pride, gentility, and tradition are being discarded in favor of brutal practicality. A significant part of this chapter also involves Rhett Butler's continued influence in Scarlett's life. Though Scarlett may be irritated by his cynicism and blunt nature, she recognizes that he is one of the few who can help her in this new Southern landscape. He continues to support her efforts at Terra, often providing her with the resources she needs, despite his lack of emotional investment in her well-being. Key notes: Scarlett's business savvy. Scarlett becomes more strategic and savvy, focusing on business and trade to secure Terra's survival and financial stability. Abandonment of old Southern ideals. The traditional Southern social structure is crumbling, and Scarlett realizes she must leave behind the old ways of relying on status and social conventions. Growing emotional distance from Ashley. Scarlett begins to accept that Ashley may not be the man she imagined him to be, though her longing for him persists. Rhett's continuing role. Rhett continues to be a complex influence in Scarlett's life, providing assistance without asking for emotional involvement, while Scarlett struggles to understand his complicated motives. Scarlett's conflict with survival. Scarlett must accept the harsh realities of survival, even if it means losing parts of the woman she once was. Analysis. In Chapter 14, Scarlett's transformation becomes even more pronounced. As she becomes more adept at managing the financial difficulties at Terra, her character begins to fully embody the pragmatic survivalist archetype. Her rise to power is marked by a willingness to break with old norms and abandon the privileges that once defined her. The South is no longer governed by genteel traditions, and Scarlett's success lies in her ability to embrace cold practicality rather than holding on to the social niceties of her past. This chapter highlights the emotional shift that Scarlett experiences as she begins to confront her long-held attachment to Ashley. The romantic ideal she has maintained about Ashley is slowly starting to crumble, but her emotional attachment is not easily shaken. Even though Ashley's distance and loyalty to Melanie become clearer to Scarlett, she remains determined to win his affection. The chapter reflects a key theme in the novel: the tension between desire and reality, and Scarlett's deep struggle to balance practical decisions with her romantic fantasies. The role of Rhett Butler continues to evolve, and while Scarlett's feelings for him remain complex, it is evident that his pragmatism serves as a foil to her emotional and romantic nature. Rhett's involvement in Scarlett's life allows her to progress in ways that she could not have on her own. He remains a symbol of survival, willing to do what is necessary to endure the chaos, even if it means embracing cynicism. The chapter also explores a new reality for the South, one in which old power structures no longer serve their purpose. Scarlett's story becomes a reflection of the shifting social and economic landscape of the South after the war, in which adaptation, strength, and pragmatism are the keys to success. This chapter marks a pivotal moment in the narrative, as Scarlett moves further away from romantic ideals toward an understanding of the harsh world in which she must survive and thrive. Chapter 15: Scarlett's Changing World and the Burdens of Responsibility. Summary. In Chapter 15, Scarlett's role at Terra grows even more intense as she continues to face the harsh realities of post-war life. She is now more deeply entrenched in her responsibilities, overseeing the day-to-day operations of the plantation. The chapter reveals that Scarlett is no longer just a Southern belle; she has become a determined woman focused on the survival and recovery of her family and home. The social and political landscape of the South continues to change. Scarlett is forced to deal with both the emotional weight of the war's consequences and the economic difficulties that have emerged. The loss of wealth and the end of slavery have left many families like hers struggling to maintain their land and resources. Scarlett becomes acutely aware that Terra's survival depends not only on hard work but also on financial ingenuity and tough decisions. In her pursuit of survival, Scarlett becomes more resourceful, seeking out ways to barter for goods and find workmen for the plantation. She goes so far as to sell the family jewelry to keep Terra afloat. The social hierarchy that once governed her world seems to be irreparably shattered, and Scarlett must adapt to a world that no longer values Southern gentility. She is willing to sacrifice her pride, an act that further marks her transformation into a pragmatic survivor. Throughout the chapter, Scarlett continues to grapple with her feelings for Ashley. Her obsession with him has not diminished, despite her growing awareness that Ashley may never reciprocate her love. She remains determined that one day, Ashley will see her as his true love, but her growing responsibility at Terra is forcing her to focus less on romantic notions and more on ensuring the plantation's survival. Meanwhile, Rhett Butler remains an influential figure in Scarlett's life, though he continues to maintain a distant, cynical perspective on the events unfolding around them. Scarlett is often irritated by his sharp remarks and mocking tone, but she cannot deny the value of his assistance. Rhett proves to be pragmatic and realistic, and he continues to offer Scarlett the resources she needs while remaining emotionally detached from her personal struggles. This chapter also sees Scarlett's realization that Terra's survival requires both physical labor and financial sacrifice. She learns that, despite the hard work of the people at Terra, money is still necessary to maintain the estate. With a limited labor force, Scarlett's business dealings and decisions become central to her ability to keep Terra going. She reaches out to local traders, but her emotional connection to the Old South and her pride are still deeply conflicted with the pragmatic reality she faces. Scarlett's inner battle between emotional desire and practical need is a key theme in this chapter. Ashley's continued emotional distance challenges her belief that her love for him will eventually be returned, and she is forced to reconcile with the fact that Ashley may never be hers. Key notes: Scarlett's continued leadership. Scarlett's role at Terra is growing, and she is now making tough decisions to ensure the survival of the plantation. Scarlett's pragmatism. She is selling family jewelry, seeking workmen, and bartering goods to ensure Terra's survival, showcasing her willingness to sacrifice for the sake of her family. Scarlett's relationship with Ashley. Scarlett's obsession with Ashley persists, though she starts to recognize the impossibility of winning his heart while realizing her own responsibilities. Rhett's influence. Rhett remains a figure in Scarlett's life, offering pragmatic assistance but continuing to mock her emotional attachment to Ashley. Emotional growth. Scarlett continues to balance emotional attachments with the harsh reality of survival, especially as she deals with the loss of her former way of life. Analysis. Chapter 15 marks another pivotal point in Scarlett's journey of transformation. As she grows into her role as the leader of Terra, Scarlett's pragmatic survival instincts continue to take precedence over the romantic notions she once held dear. Her willingness to sacrifice her pride by engaging in business dealings, something that would have once been unthinkable for a woman of her standing, underscores her adaptation to a world where survival is no longer dependent on social status but on hard work and resourcefulness. The loss of the Old South becomes even more pronounced in this chapter, as Scarlett is forced to navigate a new world in which traditional Southern gentility no longer has the same value. The chapter focuses heavily on Scarlett's emotional conflict as she continues to deal with her love for Ashley while simultaneously coming to terms with the reality of her situation. Despite her increasing self-reliance, Scarlett cannot easily shake her attachment to Ashley. Her emotional evolution is slow, but she is beginning to realize that love and survival may be incompatible in this new, harsh world. Rhett Butler's role in the story is also becoming more significant. His cynical, detached nature provides a stark contrast to Scarlett's emotional impulsiveness, and though she may dislike his pragmatism, she increasingly recognizes his value. Rhett's supportive role in Scarlett's financial dealings underscores his growing importance as a companion in the post-war world, even though their relationship remains complex. This chapter is a critical moment of change for Scarlett, as she is forced to fully step into adulthood. She is no longer a helpless woman dependent on her family's wealth and status, but rather a determined, independent figure who understands that survival requires more than just hard work. It requires sacrifice, pragmatism, and the ability to adapt to new realities. Chapter 16. Scarlett's growing strength and her first true business deal. Summary. Chapter 16 portrays a pivotal moment in Scarlett O'Hara's transformation. As she continues to lead Terra through its recovery, Scarlett's pragmatism and resourcefulness become even more apparent. In this chapter, Scarlett takes a bold step forward in the business world. Realizing that she needs cash to keep the plantation running, she ventures beyond traditional female roles and begins negotiating with local traders and businessmen, marking a significant departure from the more romantic, passive version of herself she once was. The chapter begins with Scarlett's increasing concern over the financial strain at Tara. She has been working tirelessly to maintain the estate's operations, but the lack of resources has left her with few options. Knowing that she cannot continue to survive without making tough decisions, she finally decides to take action by selling her jewelry and seeking out ways to acquire loans and supplies. These financial transactions are pivotal moments for Scarlett as she steps into a new world, one where she must negotiate, barter, and think like a businessman. This process helps her gain confidence and see herself not just as a Southern lady, but as someone who can take control of her own future. Scarlett's boldness is tested when she strikes her first business deal, securing a loan and acquiring supplies that she knows will help sustain Tara for a while longer. Although she faces some skepticism from the businessmen she deals with, her persistence and sharp bargaining skills convince them to take her seriously. This marks a significant shift in her character, as Scarlett's increasing business acumen aligns her with a more pragmatic view of the world. Ashley Wilkes, who had always represented the romantic ideal in Scarlett's life, fades into the background as she focuses more on her survival and empowerment. Despite Scarlett's growing confidence in the business world, she is still emotionally torn by her love for Ashley. In this chapter, she begins to see that Ashley may never feel the same way about her, and the reality of this realization begins to sink in. Although Scarlett still clings to the hope that she will win Ashley's heart, her ability to move forward in business signals a subtle shift in her understanding of who she is and what she needs. The desire to make Tara successful takes precedence over the futile pursuit of Ashley, although she is not ready to completely let go of her feelings for him. In the background, Rhett Butler continues to influence Scarlett's life. His blunt, cynical perspective on Scarlett's world frustrates her, but she also recognizes that he is the only one who truly understands the new Southern economy and the pragmatic steps required for survival. Scarlett resents Rhett's mocking demeanor, yet she cannot deny that his advice has been invaluable. Rhett's attitude towards the changing world serves as a foil to Scarlett's idealism, and though they often clash, he remains a critical presence in her journey. Key notes: Scarlett's business skills. Scarlett begins to realize that business acumen and practicality are necessary to keep Tara afloat. She steps into a new role where she has to negotiate deals, secure loans, and barter for goods. Selling family jewelry. Scarlett's sacrifice in selling her jewelry represents her willingness to do anything necessary for Tara's survival, even if it means abandoning her former lifestyle. Emotional shift. While Scarlett still loves Ashley, she begins to accept the reality that he may never return her feelings. Her emotional attachment to him begins to weaken as her focus shifts more to survival and financial independence. Rhett's continuing influence. Rhett Butler remains a cynical but essential figure in Scarlett's life. Though they frequently clash, his pragmatic advice and resources help Scarlett move forward. Scarlett's growing strength. Scarlett's emotional maturity and practical mindset grow as she becomes more independent and self-reliant, while still grappling with personal desires. Analysis. Chapter 16 marks a defining moment in Scarlett's development as a character. Her evolution from a young, romantic Southern belle to a pragmatic businesswoman continues to unfold. Scarlett's transition from relying on charm and social status to taking charge of her financial future highlights her increasing self-reliance. The selling of family jewelry is a significant sacrifice for Scarlett, representing a clear break from her former identity and her willingness to survive at all costs. In business dealings, Scarlett's sharp mind and uncompromising attitude prove that she has the intelligence and resourcefulness to thrive in a world that no longer values the traditional Southern gentility that once defined her. This chapter signals a shift in Scarlett's priorities, with survival and financial stability overtaking romantic desires. Ashley Wilkes, though still a fond memory, no longer holds the central place in Scarlett's life. The idea that Ashley may never love her is beginning to feel more like an undeniable reality, but her unwillingness to completely relinquish hope showcases the complexity of her emotions. Scarlett is learning that love and pragmatism don't always coexist in a world that demands survival over sentiment. Rhett Butler's role in this chapter also represents a shift in perspectives. He challenges Scarlett's idealism and represents a more cynical view of the South, but his pragmatic approach to business and life cannot be dismissed. Although Scarlett remains irritated by his mockery, she increasingly acknowledges his value as someone who understands the changing world and knows how to navigate it. Ultimately, Chapter 16 is about Scarlett coming into her own. She is no longer the girl who clung to the Southern way of life or the dream of Ashley's love. She is becoming a stronger, more independent figure, one who is willing to face hard truths about herself and her circumstances. The romantic ideals of her youth are slowly giving way to a new, more resilient reality, one in which survival, strength, and self-reliance will guide her future. Chapter 17: Scarlett's Determination and the Struggle for Stability. Summary. In Chapter 17, Scarlett O'Hara continues her relentless pursuit of survival and success in a world that has dramatically changed after the Civil War. The chapter focuses on Scarlett's growing business acumen and leadership as she is forced to navigate the increasingly difficult realities of life at Tara. With the plantation's survival hanging in the balance, Scarlett becomes more entrenched in the harsh decisions she must make to keep the estate running. The chapter opens with Scarlett's deepening involvement in the affairs of Tara. She is forced to negotiate increasingly complex financial arrangements with local businessmen and traders, and she demonstrates an ability to bargain fiercely to secure supplies and loans. She continues to make sacrifices, including the sale of her belongings and going without comforts in order to ensure that the plantation survives. Her increasing resourcefulness and shrewdness in these dealings mark her as a force to be reckoned with in the post-war South. Scarlett also grapples with the emotional toll of her role. While she is becoming more adept at business and leadership, the weight of responsibility at Tara often leaves her feeling exhausted and isolated. Her deep affection for Ashley still weighs heavily on her heart, but she puts her emotional struggles aside to focus on the practical needs of her family. Though she remains determined to win Ashley's love, she knows that she must forego personal desires in favor of doing what is necessary for the survival of Tara. As Scarlett deals with these challenges, the chapter also highlights her increasing reliance on Rhett Butler. Rhett's cynicism and realistic approach to the world are often in direct contrast to Scarlett's more idealistic and emotionally driven actions. However, despite their clashes, Rhett remains a key figure in Scarlett's life, offering pragmatic support and advice. He continues to help her in her business endeavors, though Scarlett is still reluctant to trust him fully. In this chapter, we also see Scarlett's emotional growth as she begins to shift her focus from Ashley and romantic ideals toward the more immediate and pressing demands of her life. Her role as caretaker of Tara has become a defining part of her identity, and her commitment to ensuring the estate's survival allows her to push aside feelings of self-pity and desire for romantic fulfillment. By the end of the chapter, Scarlett's practicality and strength of character are on full display. Despite all the struggles, she remains unwavering in her commitment to the survival of Tara, and her leadership becomes more defined. However, she still cannot fully overcome her unrequited love for Ashley, and her inner conflict remains a central theme. Key notes: Scarlett's growing strength and leadership. Scarlett's leadership role at Tara continues to expand as she takes charge of the plantation's recovery. She manages finances, negotiates with traders, and makes tough decisions to keep Tara afloat. Emotional sacrifices for survival. While Scarlett remains emotionally attached to Ashley, her pragmatism forces her to set aside personal desires for the sake of Tara's survival. The chapter showcases her selflessness and commitment to duty. Increasing reliance on Rhett. Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler evolves. She may not fully trust him, but she recognizes that his advice and support are critical for her success in managing Tara. Scarlett's emotional struggles. Despite her outward strength, Scarlett continues to battle her unrequited love for Ashley. She becomes more aware that her feelings for him may never be reciprocated, yet she remains determined to fight for him. Scarlett's shift in priorities. Scarlett's focus on survival and business success begins to overtake her earlier romantic ideals, signaling her growth as a person. She is learning that the demands of the real world require tough choices and emotional restraint. Analysis. Chapter 17 marks another critical point in Scarlett's transformation from a romantic, naive young woman into a pragmatic, self-reliant leader. Throughout the chapter, Scarlett's focus on business and survival highlights her growth as she learns to navigate a world where romantic ideals are no longer central to her survival. The emotional sacrifices she makes, especially as she sets aside her longing for Ashley, underscore her maturing mindset. Scarlett's increasing emotional restraint is particularly significant, as it suggests her readiness to embrace the realities of the world she faces, leaving behind the fantasy of a romantic relationship with Ashley. At the same time, Scarlett's emotional conflict remains a central theme in the chapter. While she focuses on the practicalities of running Tara, her love for Ashley continues to shape her actions, though it is less dominating than in earlier chapters. Scarlett's disillusionment with Ashley becomes clearer, though she is not yet fully able to move on from her emotional attachment to him. Her emotional growth is slow, but it is becoming more apparent as she increasingly prioritizes Tara's survival over personal fulfillment. The chapter also highlights Scarlett's evolving relationship with Rhett Butler. Despite their differences, Rhett's advice and influence are increasingly important to Scarlett. Although she still resists his cynicism, she cannot deny that Rhett is an essential part of her success. This partnership signals the beginning of a more complex and supportive relationship between them, one that will likely continue to evolve as the story progresses. Overall, Chapter 17 demonstrates Scarlett's resilience and growth, as she continues to navigate the challenges of life after the Civil War. It underscores her determination to rebuild Tara, even if it means confronting her emotions and making sacrifices along the way. Chapter 18, Scarlett's deepening struggles. And the emotional toll. Summary. Chapter 18 marks a period of introspection and emotional conflict for Scarlett O'Hara as she faces the emotional toll of her efforts to secure Tara's survival. As her leadership role continues to grow, Scarlett is confronted with the harsh realities of the changing world, both in terms of her personal life and the challenges she faces as a businesswoman. At the beginning of the chapter, Scarlett is shown to be exhausted and disillusioned. Although her strength and business acumen continue to grow, the emotional strain is beginning to take a toll on her. She is increasingly isolated in her efforts, and her focus on practical matters leaves little room for rest or emotional respite. In particular, Scarlett is haunted by her feelings for Ashley, despite her growing understanding that he may never feel the same way about her. Her unrequited love remains a significant emotional burden. In this chapter, Scarlett's resolve is once again tested when she is forced to make an emotional sacrifice for the sake of Tara. Despite her growing frustration with Ashley's indifference, Scarlett continues to pursue him. She convinces herself that she can win his love, even though she is aware that his attachment to Melanie makes that prospect all but impossible. Scarlett's relationship with Ashley remains a constant source of internal conflict for her, as she battles between the emotional desire for him and the pragmatic need to prioritize Tara's survival. Meanwhile, Rhett Butler's influence in Scarlett's life grows stronger. Though they still clash, Scarlett's increasing dependence on his pragmatic approach to survival forces her to reevaluate her feelings about him. Rhett's blunt realism continues to frustrate Scarlett, but she begins to acknowledge his value, especially in matters of business. He offers her insight into the realities of the world she lives in, helping her navigate the complicated financial landscape of post-war Southern life. The chapter also highlights Scarlett's emotional loneliness. While she is surrounded by people, she feels increasingly isolated. Her role as a caretaker of Tara and a business leader has distanced her from the community, and she finds it increasingly difficult to connect with anyone on a personal level. Even though she is dedicated to securing her family's future, she cannot escape the feeling of emptiness that comes from the lack of emotional support. In addition, Scarlett's relationship with Melanie becomes more complex. Scarlett continues to resent Melanie's calm demeanor and Ashley's attachment to her, but she also begins to respect Melanie for her strength and ability to endure. This new sense of respect hints at a possible shift in Scarlett's perspective, as she begins to see the value in women who can manage adversity without the passion that she has always felt. However, Scarlett remains emotionally distant from Melanie, unwilling to fully accept that she must compete for Ashley's affection. By the end of the chapter, Scarlett finds herself at a crossroads. She is exhausted from her constant efforts to balance business and family, and her emotional struggles with Ashley are beginning to undermine her confidence. She begins to question her ability to continue fighting for the future of Tara while dealing with her unresolved emotional attachments. Key notes: Scarlett's emotional strain. Despite her growing business success, Scarlett is emotionally drained. Her unrequited love for Ashley continues to haunt her, making it difficult for her to move forward emotionally. Sacrifices for Tara. Scarlett continues to prioritize Tara over her own emotional needs, but the emotional cost of this decision begins to weigh heavily on her. Rhett's influence. Rhett continues to play a critical role in Scarlett's life. Though their relationship remains fraught with tension, Scarlett recognizes the value of his pragmatic advice in navigating the new Southern economy. Emotional loneliness. Despite being surrounded by people, Scarlett feels isolated in her role as a business leader. Her emotional struggles leave her feeling alone, even in her own home. Complex relationship with Melanie. Scarlett begins to respect Melanie more for her endurance and inner strength, though she still resents Melanie's connection with Ashley. Analysis. Chapter 18 is a turning point for Scarlett as she becomes increasingly aware of the emotional toll of her life decisions. While her business acumen and leadership continue to grow, her emotional conflict with Ashley remains a dominant force in her life. This chapter illustrates the tension between Scarlett's pragmatic approach to survival and her romantic idealism. Her unrequited love for Ashley serves as a constant reminder of the emotional sacrifices she has made in the pursuit of personal fulfillment, and it leaves her feeling empty despite her increasing success. Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler becomes more complicated in this chapter. While she still resents his bluntness, she cannot ignore the fact that his cynical worldview and pragmatic advice are often more aligned with the reality of the post-war South than her own idealistic thinking. Scarlett's increasing dependence on Rhett marks a shift in their dynamic, one that hints at the eventual emotional connection between them. However, their relationship remains tense, with Scarlett still unwilling to fully embrace Rhett's views. The emotional loneliness that Scarlett feels is another crucial aspect of this chapter. Despite being surrounded by people and constantly engaged in business, she remains deeply isolated in her role as the leader of Tara. This sense of emptiness reinforces Scarlett's internal struggle, as she grapples with the realization that her emotional needs may never be fulfilled. The constant push and pull between emotional desires and practical necessity underscores the conflicting forces that drive Scarlett throughout the story. Finally, Scarlett's evolving relationship with Melanie represents a subtle but significant change in her emotional growth. While Scarlett's resentment of Melanie persists, she begins to see her in a new light, as someone who has endured hardships without the emotional volatility that Scarlett is known for. This marks a shift in Scarlett's understanding of womanhood, as she starts to appreciate inner strength over romantic idealism. Chapter 19: Scarlett's Resilience and Unexpected Developments. Summary. In Chapter 19, Scarlett O'Hara experiences further tests of her emotional strength, business acumen, and resolve as she faces the continued challenges of post-Civil War Southern life. As her connection with Rhett Butler deepens and the dynamic of her family changes, Scarlett's personal and professional worlds become more entangled, leading to new challenges and unexpected developments. The chapter opens with Scarlett's continued dedication to rebuilding Tara. As the plantation struggles to recover from the ravages of war, Scarlett becomes even more determined to restore the family estate to its former glory. Despite the immense pressure she faces, Scarlett takes on the role of both leader and provider for her family, pushing forward through exhaustion and personal sacrifice. As Scarlett focuses on securing the plantation's survival, she begins to widen her scope beyond Tara. She takes on new ventures and business opportunities to further her success. Though she is often met with disdain by men who believe women should not run businesses, Scarlett proves herself to be a formidable force in the marketplace. Her sharp bargaining skills and unrelenting determination allow her to build new relationships and secure valuable contracts, ensuring that Tara's finances begin to stabilize. While Scarlett works tirelessly to restore the estate, her relationship with Rhett Butler continues to evolve. He remains a constant presence in her life, though their interactions are marked by tension and intrigue. Despite Scarlett's reluctance to admit it, her feelings for Rhett are becoming more complicated. She is drawn to his charisma, wit, and cynicism, yet she continues to resist her growing attraction to him. Their dynamic is increasingly complex, as Rhett's subtle romantic gestures and sharp commentary challenge Scarlett's views of both love and life. Meanwhile, Scarlett's emotional conflict with Ashley continues to simmer beneath the surface. Though she tries to suppress her feelings for him, Scarlett is still driven by her obsession with Ashley, despite his ongoing attachment to Melanie. In this chapter, Scarlett begins to question her own motives, realizing that her feelings for Ashley may be more about pride and the desire to possess him than actual love. This self-awareness marks a significant turning point in her emotional development, as Scarlett begins to face the truth about her emotions and what has been driving her for so long. As the chapter progresses, Scarlett's emotional resilience and adaptability come to the forefront. While she has always been a fighter, her ability to adapt to changing circumstances is becoming clearer as she navigates the complexities of both her personal desires and the practicalities of running Terra. Her focus on survival and family obligations leaves little room for personal happiness, but Scarlett's drive to move forward in the face of overwhelming adversity remains unshaken. The chapter closes with Scarlett's continued resolve to fight for Terra and her family's future, despite the emotional toll that the war and her unrequited love for Ashley have taken on her. She may not yet be at peace with her emotional conflicts, but her commitment to the survival of Terra and her family is more steadfast than ever. Key notes: Scarlett's growing business acumen. Scarlett's efforts to restore Terra's finances and expand her business ventures show her growing confidence and determination to succeed in the post-war economy. She overcomes resistance from others and proves that she is capable of running a business in a male-dominated world. Rhett Butler's influence. Scarlett's relationship with Rhett continues to evolve. While emotions remain complex, Scarlett's attraction to him deepens as she begins to acknowledge the mysterious and pragmatic nature of his character. Their interactions become more layered, hinting at the potential for future romantic involvement. Emotional struggles with Ashley. Scarlett continues to long for Ashley, despite the growing realization that her attachment to him may be more about pride and possession than true love. Her emotional conflict with him remains central to her character's development. Scarlett's adaptability and resilience. Throughout this chapter, Scarlett's ability to adapt to changing circumstances and persevere in the face of adversity becomes a key aspect of her character. She is more self-aware and focused than ever before, which will be crucial as she faces the future. Analysis. Chapter 19 represents a significant moment of emotional and personal growth for Scarlett O'Hara. Her development as a businesswoman continues to shine, as she moves from being a dependent and idealistic young woman into a capable and assertive leader. Her ability to negotiate and build relationships in the post-war economy demonstrates not only her resilience but also her ability to adapt to new realities. Despite the gender constraints of the time, Scarlett proves that resourcefulness, determination, and intelligence can overcome societal barriers. However, this business success comes at a cost to her emotional well-being. Scarlett's complicated feelings for Ashley continue to haunt her, though she begins to acknowledge that her attachment to him is not driven by true love, but by pride and the need to possess him. This realization signals a shift in Scarlett's emotional journey, as she begins to face the truth about her motivations. It is a turning point that will eventually allow her to move forward emotionally, although it will take time and further growth. Her relationship with Rhett continues to be a source of intrigue and tension. Although Scarlett is attracted to him, she remains resistant to the idea of embracing her feelings for him. Their complex dynamic, marked by witty exchanges, emotional tension, and cynical observations, continues to be a major driving force in the plot, suggesting that their relationship is far from one-dimensional. In many ways, Chapter 19 shows Scarlett at a crossroads, caught between her emotional attachments and her pragmatic need to rebuild her life and ensure her family's survival. Though her emotional conflicts continue to simmer, Scarlett's resilience and ability to adapt allow her to take control of her destiny and push forward, making difficult decisions along the way. This emotional evolution is critical for the rest of her character arc, setting the stage for the complex decisions she will face in later chapters. Chapter 20, Scarlett's power struggle and the shift in dynamics. Summary. Chapter 20 delves into the complicated relationships that define Scarlett O'Hara's life as she continues her journey through the post-Civil War South. As Scarlett's power and control over Tara and her family grow, so do the tensions in her personal and professional relationships. The chapter highlights her struggles to maintain control in both her business dealings and her emotional life as she begins to reassert herself in the face of mounting challenges. At the start of the chapter, Scarlett is shown to be more determined than ever in her pursuit of stability for Tara. She is willing to make sacrifices to ensure the survival of the plantation, and her sharp mind and willingness to do whatever it takes make her a formidable presence in the post-war South. As she works tirelessly to secure Tara's future, Scarlett's relationship with the people around her becomes more complex. A significant focus of the chapter is on Scarlett's dealings with men in the world of business. Despite the disdain many of the men in her community show for her as a businesswoman, Scarlett continues to prove her worth through her shrewdness and indomitable will. She challenges the traditional gender roles of the time, demonstrating that women can hold economic power and business acumen equal to that of their male counterparts. As her financial dealings become more successful, Scarlett's status and power grow, but so do the enemies who seek to undermine her. At the same time, Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler continues to evolve. While their interactions remain charged with sexual tension and witty exchanges, Scarlett remains uncertain about the true nature of her feelings for him. She is drawn to him but unwilling to admit that her emotional attachment may be more than just a physical attraction. As Rhett challenges Scarlett's perceptions of love and gender roles, she becomes more aware of the complexities of their relationship. The chapter marks a turning point for Scarlett as she begins to realize that her emotions for Rhett are becoming deeper and more difficult to ignore. Meanwhile, Scarlett's emotional obsession with Ashley Wilkes continues to consume her. In this chapter, she begins to confront her feelings more directly, and for the first time, she starts to understand that her love for Ashley is not as pure as she once believed. Rather than true love, her attachment is rooted in pride and a desire to possess him, an insight that will later force her to reevaluate her past behavior and emotional attachments. Despite this understanding, Scarlett is still unable to let go of Ashley, and the emotional conflict between her feelings for him and her pragmatic ambitions remains unresolved. Scarlett's power struggle intensifies, particularly as her business ventures continue to flourish. She challenges the social norms and faces pushback from both men and women who do not believe a woman should be so heavily involved in business. However, Scarlett's unrelenting nature means that she does not back down from challenges. She continues to assert her authority and remains focused on her goal of securing Tara's survival. The chapter ends with Scarlett's resolve hardening as she faces the reality of her emotional and financial situation. Her complex feelings for Ashley and Rhett, combined with her growing sense of self and empowerment, mark a moment of significant personal transformation. She is no longer the inexperienced young girl who sought approval from others but a woman with ambition and a clear vision for the future. Key notes: Scarlett's power and control. The chapter emphasizes Scarlett's increasing business prowess and assertiveness. She continues to defy the gender norms of the time, proving that women can thrive in the business world and have the same power as men. Rhett Butler's role. Scarlett's relationship with Rhett becomes more complex as she begins to confront her feelings for him. While she is still resistant to acknowledging her emotions, her growing attraction to him is becoming harder to ignore. Emotional struggles with Ashley. Scarlett begins to question her obsession with Ashley Wilkes, acknowledging that her feelings for him are not rooted in true love but in pride and a desire for possession. This insight marks a key turning point in her emotional journey. Scarlett's personal transformation. As Scarlett begins to assert her authority both at Tara and in her business dealings, she undergoes a personal transformation. She is no longer the naive girl from earlier chapters but a woman who is determined, empowered, and focused on securing a future for herself and her family. Analysis. Chapter 20 marks an important shift in Scarlett O'Hara's character arc, as she begins to embrace a new sense of self-awareness and empowerment. Her ability to navigate the business world and assert control over Tara's future is a testament to her growing resilience and determination. While her rise to power is still met with resistance, particularly from the male-dominated business community, Scarlett's success underscores her tenacity and intelligence. In this sense, the chapter highlights her ability to adapt to changing circumstances, challenge the status quo, and forge her own path, traits that make her one of the most compelling characters in literary history. Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler is one of the most important emotional threads in the chapter. While Scarlett remains unwilling to acknowledge her feelings for him, her attraction to him is undeniable. Their interactions become more charged and intense, reflecting a growing tension between their personalities and desires. Rhett's ability to challenge Scarlett's views on love, gender roles, and life in general forces her to reconsider her approach to relationships. This chapter marks the beginning of Scarlett's deeper emotional reckoning as she starts to realize that her feelings for him are not easily dismissed. Scarlett's continued emotional obsession with Ashley is also a key theme in this chapter. While she begins to confront the truth about her attachment to him, she still struggles to let go of the idea that he is the key to her happiness. This emotional conflict creates a powerful tension in her character, one that will continue to influence her decisions and actions throughout the story. Scarlett's inability to release her feelings for Ashley is indicative of her emotional immaturity, and her failure to acknowledge her true emotions is part of her larger struggle for personal growth. This chapter is crucial for Scarlett's development as a woman and a leader. She is no longer merely reacting to the circumstances around her but is becoming actively engaged in shaping her own destiny. Her transformation from a naive girl to a strong, independent woman is one of the most significant aspects of the novel, and Chapter 20 illustrates this shift with great clarity. By the end of the chapter, Scarlett is not only determined to secure Tara's survival but also beginning to forge a new path for herself, a path that will ultimately lead her to self-discovery and emotional maturity. Chapter 21, The Struggle for Survival and Personal Choices. Summary. In Chapter 21, Scarlett O'Hara is faced with crucial decisions regarding both her family's future and her emotional development. As she continues to shoulder the responsibility of Tara and strive for financial independence, the chapter reveals a deeper side of Scarlett's character, her emotional vulnerability. While she remains as determined as ever to protect her family and succeed in business, her internal struggles become more pronounced as she contemplates sacrifice, loss, and personal identity. The chapter begins with Scarlett's relentless pursuit of business success. She is working tirelessly to rebuild her empire by negotiating deals, managing the plantation, and seeking out new opportunities for growth. Though hardworking, Scarlett's tasks continue to become more difficult, and she faces competition from others who are jealous of her growing power. Her role as the head of Tara is both a burden and a source of pride. She is unwavering in her commitment to making the plantation thrive, but the constant pressure weighs heavily on her. In this chapter, Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler further deepens, though it remains complex and unresolved. Rhett, always cynical, continues to challenge Scarlett's ideals and is not afraid to express his affection for her. He becomes more of a counterpoint to Scarlett's hard-headed, practical approach to life, offering her a more unconventional view of love and self-worth. Though Scarlett is still hesitant to fully embrace her feelings for him, she begins to see that his humor, boldness, and daring nature complement her own. However, Scarlett is still reluctant to admit the extent of her emotional dependence on him. Despite this, Scarlett remains insecure about her feelings for Ashley Wilkes, whose marriage to Melanie continues to haunt her. In this chapter, Scarlett comes to an important realization about her obsession with Ashley. While her feelings have not fully dissipated, she begins to recognize that she has been pursuing him out of a sense of pride and possession, rather than true love. This insight is a crucial step in Scarlett's emotional growth, though she is still not completely ready to let go of her dream of winning Ashley. A pivotal moment in Chapter 21 occurs when Scarlett is faced with a major moral dilemma. In an effort to secure Tara's future, she is forced to make a harsh decision that will ultimately affect the lives of those she loves. While her business instincts urge her to take a calculated risk, her personal feelings complicate the situation. This internal struggle between duty and emotion highlights Scarlett's growing understanding of the complexity of life and her personal role in shaping the future of those around her. As Scarlett grapples with the challenges of survival, the chapter emphasizes the importance of personal sacrifice and the toll that responsibility takes on her. Scarlett's emotional growth is evident, but her single-minded focus on success and survival keeps her from fully embracing her emotional vulnerabilities. She remains guarded, unwilling to fully trust her own emotions or the people around her, but her resolve to protect Tara and her family's legacy continues to drive her forward. The chapter concludes with Scarlett making a key decision that will affect not only her business but also her emotional trajectory. She chooses to put aside her personal desires in favor of ensuring Tara's future, but this choice comes with its own consequences. Scarlett's growth as a woman is evident, but the path to self-awareness and emotional resolution is still ongoing. Key notes: Scarlett struggles with duty and emotion. The chapter focuses on Scarlett's ability to balance her emotional needs with her duty to her family. While she continues to fight for Tara's survival, Scarlett finds herself torn between practical choices and emotional sacrifice. Rhett Butler's influence. Rhett remains a significant influence on Scarlett's life. While their romantic relationship remains unresolved, his challenging presence forces Scarlett to reevaluate her notions of love and identity. His cynicism and assertiveness contrast with Scarlett's more traditional approach to life, creating an intriguing dynamic between them. Ashley's continued hold on Scarlett. Scarlett's emotional attachment to Ashley Wilkes remains a dominant aspect of her character. Though she begins to recognize the root of her feelings, she is still not ready to let go of her obsession. This emotional conflict continues to shape her decisions and interactions with others. Scarlett's moral dilemma. A significant moment in the chapter involves Scarlett's moral struggle, where she is forced to choose between personal sacrifice and protecting her family. This decision reveals her growing awareness of the complexities of life and the consequences of her actions. Analysis. Chapter 21 marks another significant point in Scarlett's emotional development, as she begins to reflect on her internal conflicts and growing emotional awareness. Scarlett's duality, her independence as a businesswoman and her emotional vulnerabilities, becomes clearer. While she is still unwilling to fully acknowledge her feelings, especially regarding Ashley and Rhett, this chapter demonstrates that Scarlett is slowly moving toward greater self-realization. The moral dilemma that Scarlett faces in this chapter is a turning point in the narrative. It underscores the trade-offs that Scarlett must make between her personal desires and her family obligations. In making difficult choices for the future of Tara, Scarlett shows that selflessness and sacrifice are part of her evolving character. However, the emotional toll of these choices is becoming more evident as Scarlett grapples with the repercussions of her decisions. The continued presence of Rhett Butler is critical in this chapter. His charm, cynicism, and emotional complexity continue to influence Scarlett's actions and thoughts. Though she resists acknowledging her deepening feelings for him, there is a clear tension between them, and Rhett's personality continues to challenge Scarlett's worldview. He offers her a vision of love that is more pragmatic and unconventional, which contrasts sharply with Scarlett's traditional and idealized notions of romance. Scarlett's emotional attachment to Ashley remains a powerful force in her life, but she begins to see through the illusion that her love for him is rooted in something real. While this realization is significant, it is still a work in progress, and Scarlett's inability to fully let go of her obsession reflects her emotional immaturity. The chapter demonstrates her internal struggle, as she continues to chase an idealized version of love and success, while grappling with the realities of her own life. Overall, Chapter 21 reveals a character at a crossroads, one who is beginning to reconcile emotion and duty. It also sets the stage for deeper emotional evolution, as Scarlett continues to grow as both a businesswoman and a woman navigating her emotional life. Chapter 22, Scarlett's personal struggles and the evolving dynamic with Rhett. Summary. Chapter 22 delves deeper into the emotional complexities of Scarlett O'Hara as she continues to face the aftermath of the Civil War in her own evolving identity. Throughout this chapter, Scarlett is confronted by internal conflicts, her ongoing struggle to maintain control over Tara, and her complicated feelings for both Rhett Butler and Ashley Wilkes. This chapter marks a critical juncture in Scarlett's journey as she begins to confront not just the outside world but also her own heart. The chapter opens with Scarlett dealing with the practical realities of managing the plantation and ensuring the survival of Tara. As a businesswoman, she is determined to keep the family's home afloat, despite the social, political, and financial turmoil of the post-Civil War South. Scarlett's focus on economic survival and her intense work ethic make her one of the most driven characters in the novel, but they also contribute to her emotional isolation. She continues to push herself harder and harder, refusing to acknowledge the personal toll of her relentless pursuit of success. While Scarlett's resolve in business is unwavering, the chapter also focuses on the emotional turbulence she faces as she grapples with her relationship to Rhett Butler. The two of them share an electric and often volatile connection, marked by a mixture of passion, tension, and disagreement. Though Scarlett's feelings for Rhett have evolved over time, she still struggles to admit the depth of her attachment to him. She is both drawn to him and frustrated by his cynical and unpredictable nature. In this chapter, Scarlett begins to confront her feelings for him more directly, but she remains reluctant to give in to her emotions fully. On the other hand, Scarlett's obsession with Ashley Wilkes persists, despite her growing awareness of the illusion of her feelings for him. Throughout the chapter, Scarlett is forced to confront the truth about her obsession, realizing that her love for Ashley is not based on genuine affection, but rather pride, possessiveness, and a desire to hold on to the past. This recognition marks a turning point in her character development, as she slowly begins to reassess her emotional attachments. Despite this self-awareness, Scarlett's feelings for Ashley remain a powerful influence, and she finds it difficult to fully release the romantic ideal she has constructed around him. A major theme of the chapter is Scarlett's growing self-awareness and the emotional barriers she faces. Her continuing emotional attachments to both Rhett and Ashley demonstrate her inability to move forward and let go of the past. While Scarlett is pragmatic in her actions, her heart is still anchored in a world of unresolved emotions. She is independent and strong-willed, but her emotional life is messy and complex, and she struggles to integrate her emotional growth with her practical goals. The chapter culminates in a scene where Scarlett must make a difficult decision regarding Tara and her family's future. This decision requires her to sacrifice a part of her emotional self in favor of preserving the legacy of Tara. The moral and emotional toll of this choice is significant, and it highlights the ongoing internal conflict Scarlett faces between personal desires and family responsibility. Key notes: Scarlett's emotional conflict. The chapter reveals Scarlett's internal struggle between personal desires and family duty. Though she is determined to save Tara and continue her business ventures, her emotional life remains in chaos, torn between Ashley and Rhett. Rhett's influence on Scarlett. Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler becomes more complicated in this chapter as she begins to acknowledge her growing attachment to him. However, she remains resistant to embracing her feelings for him fully, creating an ongoing emotional tension between them. Ashley Wilkes' hold on Scarlett. Although Scarlett begins to recognize that her obsession with Ashley is not based on genuine love, her attachment to him persists. This self-awareness marks an important step in her emotional growth, but Scarlett is still unable to let go of her past attachment to him. Moral dilemma. Scarlett faces another moral dilemma in this chapter, where she must make a decision that will affect the future of Tara. Her decision to prioritize family duty over personal desire reflects her continued commitment to survival but also underscores the emotional cost of her actions. Analysis. In Chapter 22, Scarlett continues her struggle to balance her personal desires with her duties as a businesswoman and caretaker of Tara. Her emotional world becomes more complex as she confronts the reality of her feelings for both Ashley and Rhett. While Scarlett is becoming more self-aware, particularly about her attachment to Ashley, she is still unable to fully resolve the conflict between her emotional needs and pragmatic goals. Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler continues to evolve in this chapter, and Rhett's influence on her becomes more pronounced. His cynicism, witticisms, and unpredictable nature act as a foil to Scarlett's single-mindedness and determination. Though Scarlett is clearly drawn to Rhett, she still resists the idea of being emotionally vulnerable in front of him. This dynamic underscores the emotional barriers that Scarlett faces in both her relationship with Rhett and her broader emotional life. The continuing obsession with Ashley Wilkes also provides an important point of tension in this chapter. While Scarlett begins to recognize that her feelings for Ashley are not rooted in true love, she still finds it difficult to let go of her idealized vision of their potential life together. This is indicative of Scarlett's struggle with the past. She is reluctant to move on and embrace her future, especially since Ashley represents a time in her life that is now gone. However, her increasing self-awareness marks a turning point, as she begins to acknowledge that her love for Ashley is not as pure as she once believed. The moral dilemma that Scarlett faces regarding Tara is significant for several reasons. It illustrates Scarlett's growth as she learns to make difficult decisions and prioritize the greater good over her personal desires. However, the emotional cost of these decisions cannot be ignored, and Scarlett's growing emotional burden is evident in this chapter. The chapter highlights the tension between Scarlett's emotional needs and her sense of responsibility to her family. This tension will continue to define Scarlett's character throughout the novel. Overall, Chapter 22 continues to explore Scarlett O'Hara's internal conflicts and the emotional complexities that arise from her personal desires and family obligations. It marks another step in her development as a woman who is learning to navigate the challenges of both the post-war South and her own evolving emotional life. Chapter 23, Sacrifice, Survival, and Growing Realizations. Summary. Chapter 23 focuses on Scarlett O'Hara's evolving personal growth and the costs of her choices, particularly in her role as the caretaker of Tara and the head of the family. As she continues to face the hardships of post-war life, Scarlett becomes increasingly aware of the tension between her emotional desires and her obligations to both her family and her own survival. This chapter marks a point of reflection for Scarlett, as she begins to confront the personal sacrifices that she must make in order to achieve the goals she has set for herself. At the beginning of the chapter, Scarlett is weighed down by the relentless pressure to restore the plantation to its former prosperity. The economic reality of post-Civil War life in the South continues to haunt her, as she must confront the changing social landscape and financial instability. Despite this, Scarlett remains determined to make Tara thrive and secure her family's legacy, even if it means personal sacrifice. This theme of sacrifice runs throughout the chapter as Scarlett grapples with the demands of being both a businesswoman and a family caretaker. A critical moment in this chapter occurs when Scarlett makes the difficult decision to sacrifice her pride and seek help from others in order to save Tara. Rhett Butler, who has consistently been a source of both support and frustration for Scarlett, becomes a central figure in this moment. He offers her financial assistance and advice, but Scarlett's reluctance to accept his help exposes the emotional distance between them. Although Scarlett is fiercely independent, she is slowly coming to terms with the idea that she cannot do everything alone. Her willingness to accept assistance from Rhett, despite her pride, marks a significant turning point in her character development. Throughout the chapter, Scarlett continues to wrestle with her complicated feelings for Rhett Butler. She is both grateful for his support and resentful of his influence over her. Their volatile relationship continues to evolve, with moments of passion and frustration, but Scarlett's emotional growth is evident as she begins to accept her feelings for him more openly. While she is still hesitant to fully embrace her attachment to him, her increasing vulnerability in the face of crisis allows her to begin seeing Rhett in a different light. At the same time, Scarlett's obsession with Ashley Wilkes remains unresolved. Although she begins to realize that her love for Ashley has been based on a romanticized vision rather than genuine affection, she is still unwilling to completely let go of him. The conflict between moving on and holding on to the past continues to define Scarlett's emotional state. In this chapter, Scarlett begins to understand that she must release her attachment to Ashley in order to fully embrace her future, but she is still trapped by her idealized view of what could have been. The chapter culminates in a pivotal scene where Scarlett is faced with a major choice: to accept help from those around her, particularly from Rhett, or continue to struggle alone in the face of overwhelming challenges. Scarlett's decision reveals a significant shift in her emotional maturity, as she begins to reconcile her need for independence with the reality of her situation. This chapter is about letting go of pride and accepting support, themes that reflect the broader emotional arc of the novel. Key notes: Scarlett's emotional maturity. The chapter showcases Scarlett's internal growth as she begins to confront the emotional and practical realities of her life. Her reluctance to accept help and her pride become central themes, as she struggles to reconcile her independence with the necessity of relying on others for support. Rhett's role in Scarlett's life. Rhett Butler continues to be an important figure in Scarlett's emotional life. His support, both financial and emotional, forces Scarlett to confront her feelings for him and acknowledge the complexity of their relationship. This chapter shows Scarlett's growing emotional dependence on him, even as she remains hesitant to fully embrace their connection. Ashley Wilkes and the past. Scarlett's attachment to Ashley Wilkes remains a powerful force, even as she begins to recognize that her love for him is not based on genuine affection. The emotional burden of holding on to the past continues to shape Scarlett's actions and decisions, making it clear that letting go of Ashley is still an ongoing process for her. Sacrifice and survival. The theme of sacrifice runs throughout this chapter as Scarlett makes difficult choices to ensure the survival of Tara and her family. Her emotional journey is closely tied to the sacrifices she makes, both in terms of her pride and her personal desires, in order to ensure the well-being of her family. Analysis. Chapter 23 serves as a turning point in Scarlett O'Hara's emotional development, as she begins to acknowledge the costs of her independence and emotional barriers. Throughout the novel, Scarlett has prided herself on her ability to take care of herself, but in this chapter, she begins to realize that survival and success are not just about individual effort, they also require the help of others. This realization is a key moment in Scarlett's emotional journey, as she faces the reality that she cannot always be self-sufficient. Scarlett's decision to accept help from Rhett Butler marks a shift in her character. Up until this point, she has resisted dependence on anyone, especially Rhett, whom she both desires and resentfully resists. However, the financial pressure and the need to preserve Tara's legacy make her understand that cooperation and trust are necessary for her success. This marks a moment of vulnerability for Scarlett, as she is forced to confront her emotional resistance and pride. At the same time, Scarlett's internal struggle with Ashley Wilkes continues to define much of her emotional life. While she is beginning to see that her obsession with Ashley is not rooted in true love, her attachment to him is still a formidable obstacle to her emotional growth. This struggle with letting go of the past is symbolic of Scarlett's larger journey. Her refusal to move forward and accept the realities of her present life keeps her emotionally stuck. The chapter also highlights the theme of sacrifice as Scarlett makes difficult choices for the greater good. Her willingness to sacrifice her pride and accept help represents a shift toward a more self-aware and emotionally mature version of herself. However, the cost of this growth is significant, and Scarlett's internal conflict between independence and emotional interdependence will continue to be a key theme in the narrative. In conclusion, Chapter 23 underscores the sacrifices and emotional growth required for personal survival and the success of Tara. As Scarlett begins to embrace vulnerability, she moves closer to a more balanced emotional state, but the road ahead is still filled with internal conflict and unresolved desires. Chapter 24, Confronting the Past and Unraveling Desires. Summary. In Chapter 24, Scarlett O'Hara begins to face the emotional consequences of the choices she has made, particularly in regard to her relationships with Rhett Butler and Ashley Wilkes. This chapter highlights Scarlett's increasing emotional awareness and the psychological toll of her obsessions and pride. The theme of letting go of the past and embracing the future takes center stage as Scarlett's emotional journey continues to unfold. The chapter opens with Scarlett's continued efforts to manage Tara, but the strains of post-Civil War life are becoming more evident. Economic hardship and the challenges of rebuilding the South weigh heavily on Scarlett, but she remains determined to maintain the family's legacy. This commitment to family survival continues to shape her decisions and actions, reflecting her strength and tenacity. However, Scarlett's personal life is far more complicated than her public persona suggests. The chapter delves into Scarlett's growing sense of dissatisfaction with her relationship to Ashley Wilkes. Although she has long harbored feelings of possessiveness and idealization toward him, she begins to question whether her love for him is truly based on genuine affection or simply a reflection of her desire to hold on to the past. Scarlett's obsession with Ashley is, in many ways, a symbol of her inability to move forward emotionally. This realization marks a crucial shift in Scarlett's character as she begins to understand that letting go of Ashley is the first step in freeing herself from her emotional burdens. At the same time, Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler continues to evolve. While they have shared moments of passion and affection, their relationship remains complex and filled with tension. In this chapter, Scarlett's growing dependence on Rhett is juxtaposed with her frustration at his lack of commitment. Rhett, in turn, continues to challenge Scarlett's perceptions of love and emotional vulnerability. His cynicism and unpredictability force Scarlett to confront her own emotional insecurities, and she begins to realize that her relationship with him is as much about personal growth as it is about romantic desire. A pivotal moment in this chapter occurs when Scarlett must confront her feelings for both Rhett and Ashley in a direct and honest way. In doing so, she acknowledges the differences between her idealized love for Ashley and her growing attachment to Rhett. Although Scarlett is still not fully ready to let go of her feelings for Ashley, she takes a step toward emotional maturity by facing the truth about her relationships. This internal realization helps Scarlett come to terms with the fact that her feelings for Ashley were never truly love, they were a means of holding on to a lost world, a fantasy of romantic idealism. As the chapter unfolds, Scarlett also begins to reflect on her role in the dynamics of her relationships. She is no longer simply a victim of circumstance, she is actively shaping her future through her decisions and actions. The emotional weight of her previous choices, the sacrifices, the struggles, and the unresolved feelings, begin to come into focus. This chapter marks a turning point where Scarlett takes responsibility for her emotional life, acknowledging both her mistakes and the path forward. Key notes: Scarlett's emotional growth. This chapter marks another important step in Scarlett's emotional development. As she reflects on her feelings for both Ashley Wilkes and Rhett Butler, she begins to realize that her attachment to Ashley was based on a desire to cling to the past, rather than genuine love. Scarlett's growing self-awareness is a key theme here. Letting go of Ashley, Scarlett begins to confront the reality that her feelings for Ashley have been based on illusion. Although she is not yet fully ready to release him, this chapter marks a significant shift in her emotional journey as she acknowledges that she must let go of her idealized vision of him in order to move forward. Rhett's influence on Scarlett. Rhett Butler's role in Scarlett's emotional life continues to evolve. While they have moments of passion and connection, their relationship is filled with tension. Rhett challenges Scarlett's ideas about love, and she begins to recognize that her feelings for him are more complicated than she had previously understood. Personal responsibility. Scarlett begins to take responsibility for her emotional decisions. She reflects on the costs of her choices, particularly in her relationships with Rhett and Ashley. This chapter represents a turning point where Scarlett begins to shape her emotional future more intentionally. Analysis. Chapter 24 represents a crucial point in Scarlett O'Hara's emotional development. For much of the novel, Scarlett has been consumed by her desire to control her circumstances and her relationships, particularly her obsession with Ashley Wilkes. However, this chapter shows that Scarlett's attachment to Ashley has been built on an illusion rather than real affection. This realization forces Scarlett to confront the emotional burden of clinging to the past, and she starts to understand that letting go of Ashley is necessary for her to move forward emotionally. Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler also undergoes significant changes in this chapter. Though passionate, their relationship remains difficult and filled with unresolved conflict. However, as Scarlett comes to terms with the truth about her feelings for Ashley, she starts to see Rhett in a new light. His cynical and unpredictable nature has always intrigued her, but in this chapter, she begins to understand that Rhett represents a path forward, one that is more rooted in reality and personal growth than in the romanticized world of Ashley. The chapter also emphasizes Scarlett's emotional responsibility. Throughout the novel, Scarlett has been determined to survive at all costs, often ignoring the emotional costs of her decisions. However, in this chapter, she begins to acknowledge the toll her choices have taken on her, particularly in her relationships with Rhett and Ashley. Her self-awareness and emotional honesty allow her to begin shaping her future, but the road ahead remains filled with complexity and challenges. Overall, Chapter 24 marks a turning point for Scarlett as she begins to reconcile her past with her future. Her relationship with Ashley starts to dissolve as she confronts the illusion of their connection, and her relationship with Rhett grows more complicated as she begins to accept the emotional realities of their bond. This chapter shows that personal growth requires both emotional honesty and a willingness to let go of the past, themes that will continue to shape Scarlett's journey in the coming chapters. Chapter 25, New Beginnings and Bitter Realities. Summary. Chapter 25 centers on Scarlett O'Hara's continued struggle to move forward from the past, particularly her emotional entanglements with Rhett Butler and Ashley Wilkes. As Scarlett begins to fully confront her past decisions, she must grapple with the bittersweet realities of her life. Resilience, reality, and renewed determination emerge as central themes in this chapter, marking another critical phase in Scarlett's emotional development and understanding of her own agency. The chapter opens with Scarlett still struggling to restore Tara and protect her family's legacy. Economic difficulties continue to plague the South, and the toll of the Civil War is still felt throughout the land. Despite this, Scarlett remains committed to maintaining Tara's survival, even as she faces physical and emotional exhaustion. Her relentless efforts to keep the plantation running are juxtaposed with the growing realization that she cannot continue living in a state of perpetual grief and idealization. In this chapter, Scarlett's obsession with Ashley Wilkes takes a new turn. Although she is beginning to acknowledge that her attachment to Ashley is based more on romantic nostalgia than actual love, she continues to feel a powerful pull toward him. This emotional push and pull between letting go and holding on manifests in a confrontation between Scarlett and Ashley, where Scarlett finally acknowledges the truth about her feelings. She realizes that her obsession with him was more about the idea of Ashley than who he truly is. This realization marks a significant step in Scarlett's emotional growth, as she moves closer to accepting the end of that chapter in her life. Meanwhile, Rhett Butler remains a complicated figure in Scarlett's life. Although she is still deeply attracted to him, their relationship is in a perpetual state of tension. Rhett continues to be both a source of strength and frustration for Scarlett, as their emotional entanglements become increasingly complicated. Scarlett finds herself caught between her feelings of affection for Rhett and her desire for control in the relationship. In this chapter, she begins to realize that Rhett represents both the possibility of a new emotional future and the frustrating reality of her own unresolved desires. A pivotal scene occurs when Scarlett has a moment of introspection and finally admits to herself that she cannot live in the past forever. Her life has been defined by her attempts to hold on to Ashley and the Old South, but the harsh reality of post-war life forces her to see that these desires are no longer feasible. Scarlett faces the painful truth that she must adapt to the present and embrace new opportunities, no matter how difficult that may be. This moment of self-awareness and emotional maturity marks a key turning point in her journey. Scarlett's determination to move forward and take control of her destiny becomes even more pronounced as the chapter progresses. She begins to focus on practical matters, such as managing Tara and providing for her family, while also attempting to reconcile her emotional needs. Her inner turmoil is softened by her growing understanding that she has the strength to shape her future, but it will require letting go of past fantasies. Key notes: Scarlett's realization about Ashley. Scarlett's obsession with Ashley Wilkes continues to wane as she finally admits that her love for him was never based on genuine affection but was rooted in nostalgia and the past. This marks a major turning point in her character arc, as she starts to emotionally release Ashley. Scarlett and Rhett's complex relationship. Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler grows even more complicated in this chapter. While she still has deep feelings for him, their interactions are increasingly fraught with emotional tension and unresolved conflicts. Their relationship represents both the possibility of a new future and the frustration of Scarlett's internal contradictions. Adaptation to reality. Scarlett faces the harsh reality that her old world is gone and that her emotional attachments to the past must be released if she is to survive and move forward. This realization signals her growing ability to accept the present and forge ahead, no matter how difficult it may seem. Scarlett's emotional growth. This chapter demonstrates Scarlett's increasing emotional maturity. While she has always been a survivor, her focus is gradually shifting from surviving to thriving. Scarlett's growing ability to embrace the future and let go of the past is a key theme as she transitions from idealism to pragmatism. Analysis. Chapter 25 marks a decisive moment in Scarlett O'Hara's emotional evolution. For much of the novel, Scarlett has been emotionally driven by her obsession with Ashley Wilkes and her desire to hold on to the Old South, a world that no longer exists. However, as the reality of her post-war life sets in, Scarlett begins to reconcile with the fact that her attachment to Ashley was never rooted in true love but in her desire to preserve the romantic ideals of the past. Scarlett's realization that her love for Ashley was based more on illusion than reality is a critical step in her emotional growth. This acknowledgement signals a shift in Scarlett's perspective, as she begins to free herself from the emotional constraints that have defined much of her life. Although Scarlett is still not entirely ready to release Ashley, she is now on the path to emotional independence, as she starts to see Ashley for who he truly is, just a man, not a symbol of the past. Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler continues to be a source of both comfort and conflict. The tension between them is undeniable, as Scarlett's attraction to Rhett is mixed with her need to maintain control over her emotions. However, Rhett represents a new future for Scarlett, a future that requires her to adapt and grow emotionally. As Scarlett begins to acknowledge that her emotional attachment to Ashley is more about holding on to the past than genuine affection, she begins to see Rhett in a new light. The chapter reflects Scarlett's shift toward emotional maturity, as she accepts that she must adapt to the changing world around her. In terms of Scarlett's character arc, this chapter demonstrates her growing self-awareness. Scarlett has always been a survivor, but here she takes a crucial step toward embracing the future. Her internal transformation is just beginning to take shape, but the groundwork is laid in this chapter for her eventual emotional liberation. She is finally starting to see that the past is gone, and it is time to move forward, however painful that may be. Chapter 26, The Road to Independence and Emotional Reckoning. Summary. Chapter 26 marks a key moment in Scarlett O'Hara's journey toward emotional maturity and independence. In this chapter, Scarlett continues to grapple with her feelings for both Rhett Butler and Ashley Wilkes, but she also starts to come to terms with the reality of her situation. While she has made significant strides in letting go of the past, her emotional turmoil is far from over. The tension between her desire for independence and her longing for romantic connection reaches a peak in this chapter, setting the stage for further self-discovery and growth. The chapter opens with Scarlett's continued focus on Tara and the survival of her family. Though the plantation is in a precarious state, Scarlett remains committed to rebuilding Tara and ensuring that it remains a symbol of her family's heritage. This commitment is not just about preserving the past, it is about reclaiming power and control over her future. Scarlett's dedication to Tara is central to her identity, and her relentless drive to restore it underscores her belief in her ability to shape her own destiny. Despite her unwavering determination, Scarlett's relationships continue to weigh heavily on her. She is still deeply affected by her feelings for Ashley Wilkes, though she has gradually come to understand that her idealized love for him is rooted in the loss of the Old South and her nostalgia for a world that no longer exists. This chapter sees Scarlett's emotional attachment to Ashley slowly loosen, as she continues to confront the truth about her love for him. Though Scarlett is not completely free of her feelings for Ashley, she takes another step forward in recognizing that her obsession with him is more about holding on to the past than it is about true love. At the same time, Rhett Butler's presence in Scarlett's life continues to complicate matters. Though they share moments of passion and intimacy, their relationship remains fraught with tension. Rhett's cynicism and emotional complexity challenge Scarlett in ways that Ashley never did, and this forces her to confront the depth of her own emotional vulnerabilities. She still feels a strong attraction to him, but she is unsure of how to reconcile her growing dependence on him with her need to maintain control of her own emotional life. Rhett, in many ways, represents the future, the possibility of a new beginning, but Scarlett is still emotionally tethered to the past. A pivotal moment occurs when Scarlett makes a critical decision about her future. She realizes that she must let go of her idealized vision of both Ashley and the Old South in order to move forward. This moment of clarity marks a turning point in Scarlett's emotional journey. By acknowledging the reality of her situation and the need for independence, Scarlett takes a step closer to emotional freedom. However, the cost of this realization is high, as it means confronting painful truths and relinquishing dreams that have defined her for much of her life. Key notes: Scarlett's struggle for independence. In Chapter 26, Scarlett's determination to reclaim her agency becomes even more apparent. While she has long been focused on surviving, her journey shifts toward thriving and shaping her own future, despite the emotional toll this requires. Emotional growth with Ashley. Scarlett's attachment to Ashley Wilkes continues to fade as she confronts the truth about her feelings for him. Her recognition that her love for Ashley is more about the past than the present is a significant step in her emotional growth. The tension with Rhett, Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler remains complicated, as they continue to experience moments of passion alongside moments of emotional friction. Scarlett's increasing emotional dependence on Rhett is juxtaposed with her desire to maintain control over her life and emotions. Self-realization and letting go. Scarlett's emotional journey in this chapter is marked by a moment of self-realization, as she acknowledges the need to let go of the past and embrace the future. This realization pushes her closer to emotional freedom, but it also forces her to confront the painful realities of her life. Analysis. Chapter 26 is a significant turning point in Scarlett O'Hara's emotional evolution. Throughout the novel, Scarlett has been caught between her idealized vision of the past and her determination to survive in the present. In this chapter, Scarlett begins to recognize that her attachment to the past, particularly her feelings for Ashley Wilkes, has been hindering her emotional growth. Her realization that her love for Ashley is more about the loss of the Old South than actual love signals a shift in her emotional awareness. This self-awareness is key to Scarlett's eventual emotional freedom. Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler remains a source of complexity in this chapter. While they share a deep connection, their relationship is marred by tension and emotional conflict. Scarlett is still drawn to Rhett, but her feelings for him are tangled with her need for emotional control and her lingering attachment to Ashley. Rhett represents a new future for Scarlett, one that is rooted in the present, but Scarlett struggles to fully accept this. Her relationship with Rhett is both a source of strength and frustration, as it forces Scarlett to confront her emotional vulnerabilities. Ultimately, this chapter highlights Scarlett's journey from survival to self-empowerment. While she has long been focused on preserving her family's legacy and surviving the hardships of the post-war South, this chapter shows that Scarlett is now ready to shape her own destiny. Her willingness to let go of the idealized past and embrace the present marks a critical step in her emotional development. However, this process is not without pain, as Scarlett must confront the difficult truth about her relationships and her role in shaping her future. Scarlett's decision to move forward represents a shift toward emotional independence, but it also reflects the painful realization that she can no longer rely on the romanticized vision of the past to define her future. Her journey is one of self-discovery, as she learns to balance her desires with the realities of the world around her. Chapter 27. Reconciliation and the Costs of Progress. Summary. Chapter 27 marks a crucial stage in Scarlett O'Hara's development, as she confronts the emotional costs of her choices and begins to seek reconciliation in her personal relationships. The tension between her internal desires and the external realities of life in the post-Civil War South intensifies. Scarlett's determination to succeed and preserve her family's legacy continues to drive her, but the personal toll she has paid is becoming harder to ignore. The chapter begins with Scarlett's increasing focus on building her wealth through her business ventures, particularly in the lumber industry. As she becomes more financially successful, her sense of control over her own destiny grows stronger. However, this focus on material success comes at the expense of her personal life. Scarlett's emotional detachment from her family and loved ones grows, and she begins to alienate those closest to her, particularly Rhett Butler. Scarlett's internal conflict between her ambitions and her desire for emotional connection reaches a breaking point in this chapter. While she is undoubtedly determined to move forward and make her own way, she cannot completely escape the emotional void created by her unresolved feelings for Ashley Wilkes. Although Scarlett has intellectually acknowledged that her love for Ashley was based more on idealization than reality, her emotional attachment to him lingers, causing her to feel emotionally torn. At the same time, Rhett Butler becomes more distant, frustrated by Scarlett's obsession with Ashley and her unwillingness to fully commit to their relationship. While Scarlett has increasingly come to depend on Rhett's support and affection, her inability to fully understand him and her emotional neglect of him has led to a growing rift between them. In one pivotal scene, Rhett confronts Scarlett about her emotional withdrawal and her inability to prioritize him over her past attachment to Ashley. This confrontation marks a turning point in their relationship, as Scarlett is forced to face the emotional cost of her past actions. The tension with Rhett culminates in a dramatic moment when Scarlett realizes the depth of her feelings for him, but it is too late. Rhett, wounded by her emotional neglect, becomes even more disillusioned with her. This chapter underscores a key theme: the costs of emotional detachment and ambition. While Scarlett's desire for success has allowed her to survive and even thrive, it has come at the expense of her personal relationships. This chapter reveals the limits of her emotional growth, as she begins to recognize that progress and emotional fulfillment cannot always coexist in the way she has hoped. Key notes: Scarlett's focus on material success. Scarlett's increasing focus on her business ventures, particularly in the lumber industry, demonstrates her continued commitment to economic independence. However, this focus on success contributes to her growing emotional isolation, as she neglects her personal relationships in pursuit of financial gain. Internal conflict between desires and realities. Scarlett remains torn between her desire for independence and her need for emotional connection. While she strives to build her own future, her emotional attachments to both Ashley and Rhett cause inner turmoil, creating a disconnect between her ambitions and her emotional needs. Rhett and Scarlett's growing tension. The relationship between Scarlett and Rhett becomes more strained as he grows increasingly disillusioned with her emotional neglect and attachment to Ashley. Their emotional distance reaches a breaking point, forcing Scarlett to confront the costs of her past behavior. The consequences of emotional neglect. Scarlett's inability to prioritize her relationships, particularly with Rhett Butler, results in significant emotional consequences. Her focus on survival and success has left her emotionally bankrupt in many ways, and the chapter reveals how much of a cost this has exacted on her personal life. Analysis. Chapter 27 delves into the complexities of Scarlett O'Hara's emotional life, offering a more nuanced look at the conflict between her material goals and personal desires. Scarlett's focus on achieving success and independence has always been a key part of her character. Throughout the novel, she has used her drive for survival as a means of coping with the losses she has suffered, especially the death of her beloved Old South and the collapse of her family's wealth. However, the realization that material success cannot fully satisfy her emotional needs becomes more pronounced in this chapter. Scarlett's inner conflict between ambition and emotional connection is one of the driving forces of this chapter. She cannot escape the lingering influence of her feelings for Ashley Wilkes, and this causes her to remain emotionally distant from those who care about her, most notably Rhett Butler. While Scarlett has acknowledged that her love for Ashley was not based on reality, she still feels the emotional pull of the past, which prevents her from fully committing to the future. Rhett's growing disillusionment with Scarlett is a direct result of her emotional neglect. The frustration he feels stems from his long-standing affection for her, and the emotional pain he endures as a result of her divided loyalties. Rhett's confrontation with Scarlett serves as a crucial moment of clarity for both characters. It marks the emotional reckoning that Scarlett must face. Her relationship with Rhett is at risk, and if she continues to cling to her past attachments, she may lose him forever. This realization is a turning point for Scarlett, as she begins to acknowledge the true cost of her actions and emotional choices. In terms of character development, Chapter 27 illustrates the limits of Scarlett's growth. While she has made significant strides in her quest for independence and self-reliance, she has not yet learned to balance her emotional life with her material goals. The chapter highlights the difficulties of progress, both personal and professional, and the costs that often accompany it. Scarlett is faced with the harsh reality that true fulfillment cannot be achieved through success alone. It also requires emotional honesty and connection with others. Ultimately, Chapter 27 underscores the complexity of Scarlett O'Hara's journey. Her resilience and determination are matched only by the emotional wounds she has inflicted on herself and others. As she confronts the consequences of her choices, Scarlett stands at a crossroads. She must reconcile her ambitions with her need for love and emotional intimacy, or risk losing everything she has worked for. Chapter 28, The Weight of Loss and the Struggle for Control. Summary. Chapter 28 sees Scarlett O'Hara facing the consequences of her emotional detachment and ambition, which have led to a series of losses and complications in her personal life. As Scarlett's pursuit of independence continues, the emotional burdens of the past weigh heavily on her. Her inability to balance her desires for control with the realities of her relationships creates a sharp emotional tension that escalates further in this chapter. Scarlett's ongoing estrangement from Rhett Butler takes center stage, as the distance between them becomes more pronounced. Their interactions have grown increasingly strained, and Scarlett finds herself confronted by the truth that her emotional neglect of him may have caused irreversible damage. Although Rhett's cynicism and sharp wit have often been a source of tension between them, Scarlett begins to see just how vulnerable and sensitive Rhett truly is beneath his hardened exterior. This realization only deepens her regret about the way she has handled their relationship, but she is still too proud and uncertain to make amends. In this chapter, Scarlett's emotional struggles are mirrored by the broader context of the South's post-war Reconstruction. The economic hardships of the Reconstruction era continue to challenge Scarlett and her family's ability to survive. Scarlett's determination to keep Tara intact and ensure her family's financial survival is unwavering, but she increasingly feels the weight of the responsibilities that come with her ambitious goals. The emotional toll of her relentless focus on material success begins to erode her sense of self-worth and emotional health. A turning point occurs when Scarlett realizes that her control over Tara, the family estate, and her own life cannot be achieved through sheer willpower alone. Despite her strength and determination, the emotional cost of this unrelenting pursuit of success is beginning to break her down. Scarlett starts to experience feelings of vulnerability and doubt, feelings that she has long avoided. She begins to question whether the emotional distance she has maintained from Rhett and others is worth the sacrifices she has made. Meanwhile, Scarlett's relationship with Ashley Wilkes remains a lingering source of confusion. Though Scarlett has made some progress in letting go of her idealized love for him, she still harbors an emotional attachment to him. In this chapter, she experiences moments of confusion and frustration as she continues to see Ashley as a symbol of the Old South that has disappeared. She is unable to fully commit to Rhett, even though she feels the sting of his withdrawal, because she remains emotionally tethered to a past that no longer exists. Her feelings for Ashley, though less intense than before, still cloud her judgment and prevent her from fully accepting Rhett's love. Scarlett is forced to confront her own vulnerability in this chapter, and it marks the beginning of a shift in her emotional journey. She starts to see that control, though necessary for survival, cannot protect her from the pain of loss. The emotional walls she has built to protect herself are crumbling, and Scarlett is forced to face the costs of the emotional distance she has kept from the people she loves. This chapter represents a turning point for Scarlett as she begins to understand that true control of her life comes from embracing both strength and vulnerability. Key notes: Scarlett's emotional struggles. Throughout this chapter, Scarlett's inner turmoil intensifies as she grapples with the consequences of her emotional detachment and her relentless pursuit of success. Her desire to maintain control over her life and her emotions is beginning to take a toll on her mental and emotional well-being. Rhett's withdrawal. Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler continues to deteriorate. As Rhett becomes more withdrawn and disillusioned, Scarlett is forced to confront the emotional cost of her neglect and realize how much she depends on him. The struggle for control. A major theme in Chapter 28 is the tension between control and vulnerability. Scarlett's need to maintain control over her life, especially with regard to Tara and her financial survival, begins to clash with her emotional vulnerability, which she has long sought to avoid. Lingering attachment to Ashley. Though Scarlett has made some emotional progress in letting go of Ashley Wilkes, she remains emotionally attached to him as a symbol of the lost South. This emotional attachment continues to cloud her judgment and prevent her from fully embracing her future with Rhett. Analysis. Chapter 28 highlights the emotional complexity of Scarlett O'Hara's journey as she faces the costs of her emotional detachment and relentless pursuit of success. Throughout the novel, Scarlett has been driven by the need to survive, and her ambition to rebuild her family's legacy has been a core part of her identity. However, in this chapter, Scarlett is forced to confront the limits of her control and the emotional price she has paid for her uncompromising focus on survival. One of the central themes of this chapter is the tension between vulnerability and strength. Scarlett's emotional walls have allowed her to withstand the hardships of life, but these same walls also prevent her from experiencing genuine emotional connection. Her relationship with Rhett Butler exemplifies this internal conflict. Although she is drawn to him, her emotional neglect of him has created a rift that may be impossible to repair. Scarlett's pride and inability to admit vulnerability hinder her from fully embracing the love that Rhett offers, and this emotional gap between them grows wider as the chapter progresses. Another key aspect of Chapter 28 is Scarlett's relationship with Ashley Wilkes. While she has come to recognize the idealization of her love for him, she still finds herself emotionally entangled with the memory of their romanticized past. This attachment continues to prevent Scarlett from fully moving forward emotionally, especially with regard to her relationship with Rhett. The emotional distance that Scarlett maintains from both Rhett and Ashley leaves her emotionally isolated, unable to fully commit to either relationship. In terms of character development, this chapter represents a turning point for Scarlett. She begins to understand that while ambition and self-sufficiency have been vital to her survival, they cannot offer her the emotional fulfillment she seeks. The chapter hints that true control over her life will require Scarlett to embrace both vulnerability and strength, an emotional growth that she has avoided for much of the novel. Her emotional evolution is just beginning to take shape, and this chapter marks the moment when she starts to recognize the painful consequences of her emotional detachment. Ultimately, Chapter 28 is a pivotal moment in Scarlett O'Hara's emotional journey, as she faces the costs of her choices and begins to question whether the path she has chosen is truly the one that will bring her happiness and fulfillment. It is a chapter that deepens our understanding of Scarlett's inner conflict and sets the stage for the difficult decisions she will have to make in the chapters to come. Chapter 29, The Burden of Sacrifice and a New Path Forward. Summary. In Chapter 29, Scarlett O'Hara reaches a critical juncture in her journey, where she must confront the consequences of her emotional detachment and consider what sacrifices she is willing to make to find true happiness. This chapter marks a significant shift in Scarlett's perspective, as she begins to recognize that her ambitions and material success have come at the cost of her personal fulfillment. The emotional toll of her decisions becomes more apparent, and Scarlett begins to consider whether sacrifice, specifically, emotional sacrifice, is a necessary part of her journey toward true self-realization. The chapter opens with Scarlett reflecting on her recent losses, both emotional and material. She realizes that while she has fought relentlessly to preserve Tara and her family's legacy, the strain of this effort has left her feeling exhausted and alone. Although she has been successful in some ways, she begins to understand that success, in its most tangible sense, does not bring the peace and contentment she thought it would. In fact, the more she attains, the more she feels a sense of emptiness. As Scarlett continues to reflect on her life, the chapter turns toward the complex dynamics between her and Rhett Butler. The emotional distance between them has grown, and Scarlett begins to grasp just how deeply she has hurt Rhett by focusing on her own desires and goals. Rhett's withdrawal and cynicism have been hard for Scarlett to bear, but she begins to see that his tough exterior is, in fact, a mask for the hurt he has felt due to her emotional neglect. In a moment of self-awareness, Scarlett admits that while she has always been obsessed with controlling her circumstances, she has never truly been able to control her emotions or those of others. The chapter features a powerful conversation between Scarlett and Rhett, where Scarlett finally acknowledges the emotional cost of her obsession with Ashley Wilkes and the way it has affected her relationship with Rhett. She recognizes that her attachment to Ashley has kept her from fully embracing Rhett's love, and she expresses regret for not having realized this sooner. Although Scarlett's recognition of her mistakes is an important step toward emotional growth, it is clear that her actions cannot be undone. The relationship between Scarlett and Rhett is fractured beyond repair in this moment, and Scarlett is left grappling with the reality that she may have lost him for good. In addition to her personal emotional reckoning, Chapter 29 also addresses the broader theme of sacrifice. Throughout the novel, Scarlett has been willing to sacrifice nearly everything in her pursuit of self-sufficiency, but she begins to see that true sacrifice is about emotionally investing in others, not just material gain. Her realization of this truth sets her on a new path forward, one that may require her to make difficult decisions about her future and the kind of person she wants to become. As the chapter draws to a close, Scarlett's emotional journey takes a hopeful turn. Although she has suffered great losses, Scarlett begins to embrace her vulnerability, realizing that emotional connections are essential to finding true fulfillment. She begins to see that in order to achieve lasting happiness, she must balance her ambition with an ability to connect emotionally with others, especially Rhett, though their relationship remains strained. This chapter marks the beginning of a new phase in Scarlett's development, where she will have to weigh her past mistakes against the possibility of redemption. Key notes: Scarlett's reflection on loss. Chapter 29 opens with a deep reflection on the losses Scarlett has experienced. She begins to recognize that material success and survival have come at the cost of emotional fulfillment. This realization marks a turning point in Scarlett's understanding of what truly brings happiness. Rhett and Scarlett's emotional confrontation. Scarlett and Rhett's relationship reaches a critical moment in this chapter. Scarlett acknowledges the role her attachment to Ashley Wilkes has played in her emotional neglect of Rhett. Though this recognition is important, it becomes clear that the damage to their relationship may be irreparable. The theme of sacrifice. Chapter 29 highlights the theme of sacrifice, particularly the realization that emotional investment in others is a necessary part of finding true fulfillment. Scarlett begins to see that her pursuit of material success and self-sufficiency must be balanced with emotional connections if she is to truly find peace. Self-realization and growth. Throughout the chapter, Scarlett takes a significant step toward self-realization. She recognizes that her obsession with control and self-preservation has led her to neglect the emotional needs of others, including Rhett. This awareness sets the stage for a new phase in Scarlett's emotional development. Analysis. Chapter 29 marks a pivotal moment in Scarlett O'Hara's emotional journey, as she begins to understand the true cost of her relentless pursuit of independence and control. Throughout the novel, Scarlett has been driven by the need to survive, often at the expense of her personal relationships and emotional connections. In this chapter, Scarlett realizes that success, in the material sense, is not the same as fulfillment and that true contentment can only come through emotional investment in others. The theme of sacrifice runs deeply through this chapter, and Scarlett's recognition of this theme marks a significant shift in her character. She has sacrificed much to maintain Tara and preserve her family's legacy, but she now understands that the sacrifices she has made in her personal life, particularly with Rhett, have been just as significant. Scarlett begins to grasp that true sacrifice is not about self-preservation at all costs, but about emotional openness and vulnerability. This realization is crucial to her development as a character, as it represents the balance between her strength and vulnerability that has eluded her throughout the novel. The relationship between Scarlett and Rhett takes center stage in this chapter, as Scarlett's emotional reckoning forces her to confront the realities of their love. For much of the novel, Scarlett has been unable to fully appreciate Rhett's love for her, and her attachment to Ashley Wilkes has prevented her from being emotionally present in her relationship with him. In Chapter 29, Scarlett's recognition of the damage caused by her emotional neglect marks a moment of growth, though it is bittersweet. Rhett, still deeply hurt by her past actions, may never be able to forgive her, and Scarlett must now face the possibility that she has lost him forever. As Scarlett begins to embrace the idea of sacrifice and emotional openness, the chapter offers a glimpse of hope for her future. While her relationship with Rhett is on the brink of collapse, Scarlett begins to understand that in order to achieve true happiness, she must be willing to let go of control and embrace the emotional connections she has long avoided. Chapter 29 lays the groundwork for a new path forward in Scarlett's life, one that may be defined by vulnerability, redemption, and the potential for personal growth. Chapter 30, Confronting the Past and Moving Toward the Future. Summary. In Chapter 30, Scarlett O'Hara begins to face the consequences of her actions as she starts to reconcile her emotional neglect with the reality of her present life. This chapter serves as a turning point in Scarlett's emotional journey as she starts to accept that her past decisions, particularly regarding Rhett Butler and Ashley Wilkes, have deeply affected her and her relationships. However, with the weight of loss and guilt hanging over her, Scarlett also begins to understand that in order to move forward, she must confront these painful truths and make peace with her choices. The chapter opens with Scarlett's reflection on how much her life has changed since the Civil War. The South is in a state of reconstruction, and the O'Hara family, like many others, is still trying to rebuild their lives. Tara, the family estate, remains central to Scarlett's identity, but her understanding of what it means to preserve it evolves in this chapter. Scarlett begins to realize that Tara represents more than just the physical land, it is a symbol of the emotional connections she has struggled to protect. While Scarlett has fought fiercely for Tara's survival, she starts to recognize that her focus on material success has kept her from embracing the emotional richness that life has to offer. Throughout the chapter, Scarlett's thoughts are consumed by her fractured relationship with Rhett Butler. She realizes, for the first time, the full extent of how her emotional distance and pride have damaged their relationship. She acknowledges that she has often been too stubborn and blinded by her desire to control her circumstances, which has led to her failure to truly connect with Rhett on a deeper, emotional level. Scarlett's recognition of her mistakes is painful, and it forces her to reckon with her own vulnerabilities. While she does not fully understand what she can do to mend things with Rhett, the chapter reveals a more self-aware Scarlett, who is starting to understand the emotional complexity of her relationships. In addition to Scarlett's personal reflections, Chapter 30 brings the reader back to the broader context of the South's reconstruction and its impact on her family. Tara's survival remains a central concern, but Scarlett's perception of the estate begins to change. As she starts to realize the importance of emotional connections and sacrifice, her relationship with Tara is no longer just about maintaining her family's wealth, it is about preserving the legacy of love and personal history that Tara represents. This realization further pushes Scarlett to rethink her priorities and her place in the world. The chapter also explores Scarlett's internal conflict as she grapples with the truth about her feelings for Ashley Wilkes. While she has come a long way in letting go of the idealized notion of Ashley as the perfect romantic partner, she still has a deep emotional attachment to him. This chapter illustrates how difficult it is for Scarlett to fully move on from Ashley and embrace her relationship with Rhett. She finds herself caught between the past and present, unable to fully let go of one without the other. In a moment of reflection, Scarlett realizes that she has spent much of her life holding on to an ideal, only to find that it no longer serves her emotional well-being. She begins to accept that in order to move forward, she must let go of her idealized love for Ashley and embrace the reality of her life with Rhett, if she can. By the end of the chapter, Scarlett makes a crucial realization. To move forward, she must accept responsibility for her actions and embrace the emotions she has long suppressed. This chapter represents a turning point in Scarlett's development, as she begins to confront the emotional costs of her past decisions and take steps toward healing her relationships. While the chapter ends on a note of uncertainty, it marks the beginning of a new chapter in Scarlett's emotional journey, one where she must balance strength, vulnerability, and self-awareness in order to create a future that is not defined solely by ambition and survival. Key notes: Scarlett's emotional growth. In this chapter, Scarlett begins to acknowledge her emotional distance from Rhett and the damage her pride and stubbornness have caused. This realization marks a significant shift in her emotional development as she confronts the reality of her past mistakes and considers the path forward. Tara's symbolic importance. Scarlett's connection to Tara shifts in this chapter. While she has always viewed Tara as a symbol of material success, she begins to understand that it is also about preserving the emotional legacy of her family. Tara becomes a symbol of emotional fulfillment, not just financial survival. The struggle with Ashley. While Scarlett has moved on from the idealized love she once had for Ashley Wilkes, she still finds it difficult to completely let go of him. The emotional complexity of her feelings for Ashley complicates her ability to fully embrace Rhett and her future with him. Confronting the past. Chapter 30 is marked by Scarlett's willingness to confront the emotional costs of her past decisions, particularly her emotional neglect of Rhett and her attachment to Ashley. This is a crucial step in Scarlett's journey toward emotional growth and self-realization. Analysis. Chapter 30 represents a critical moment in Scarlett O'Hara's journey as she begins to reckon with the emotional consequences of her past choices. Throughout the novel, Scarlett has been focused on survival and independence, often at the expense of her personal relationships and emotional well-being. In this chapter, she starts to understand that emotional fulfillment cannot be achieved through material success alone and that her relationships, especially with Rhett Butler, require more than just stubbornness and pride. The chapter's focus on self-awareness marks a significant shift in Scarlett's character. Throughout much of the novel, Scarlett has been driven by a need to control her circumstances, and this control has often come at the expense of her emotional needs. However, in Chapter 30, Scarlett begins to recognize that her emotional distance from Rhett has caused irreparable damage, and her attachment to Ashley Wilkes has kept her emotionally tethered to the past. This awareness is painful, but it is a crucial step in her emotional growth. Self-realization is key to Scarlett's development, and this chapter marks the beginning of a new phase where she must begin to accept her flaws and embrace vulnerability if she is to move forward. In terms of symbolism, Tara takes on a new role in Chapter 30. For much of the novel, Tara has been a symbol of survival, a place for Scarlett to anchor herself in times of crisis. However, as Scarlett comes to understand the emotional weight of her decisions, Tara begins to represent something deeper, the emotional legacy of her family and the connections she has to her past. Scarlett's growing understanding of this symbolic significance shifts her perspective on Tara and her responsibility to it. Tara, once just a tool for survival, becomes a symbol of Scarlett's emotional heritage, something that must be preserved not just for material reasons, but to honor the love and history that it represents. Finally, Chapter 30 deepens the theme of letting go of the past. Scarlett's struggle with Ashley Wilkes reflects her larger struggle to move forward in life. While she has made progress in letting go of her idealized love for him, her attachment to him still clouds her judgment and prevents her from fully embracing her future with Rhett. This internal conflict between the past and present underscores the difficulty of emotional growth and the challenges Scarlett faces in creating a future for herself that is not defined by her past mistakes. Ultimately, Chapter 30 serves as a pivotal moment in Scarlett's emotional journey, one that forces her to confront her past and consider the sacrifices required to build a future that is grounded in emotional connection and self-acceptance. It is a chapter that lays the groundwork for the redemption and healing that will be explored in the chapters to come. Chapter 31, A Step Toward Redemption and the Struggle for Forgiveness. Summary. In Chapter 31, Scarlett O'Hara faces the aftermath of her emotional journey as she begins to take practical steps toward redemption and self-forgiveness. This chapter is pivotal in Scarlett's ongoing transformation, as she starts to take responsibility for the damage she has caused in her personal relationships and begins to seek a way to mend what has been broken, particularly her relationship with Rhett Butler. However, despite her realization that she must change and accept responsibility for her actions, Scarlett's pride continues to complicate her path forward. The chapter opens with Scarlett grappling with the emotional weight of her past decisions. She is deeply aware that the fracture in her relationship with Rhett has been largely due to her inability to fully embrace her emotions and prioritize her relationship over her obsession with Ashley Wilkes. Scarlett's internal conflict comes to the surface as she confronts her failures as a wife and a partner. For the first time, she is forced to admit that her pride and emotional detachment have played a significant role in her personal losses. While Scarlett's self-awareness has grown, her pride continues to hinder her ability to fully express regret and ask for forgiveness. She knows that she has wronged Rhett and recognizes that she must take steps to make amends. However, her pride prevents her from fully acknowledging the depth of her mistakes. She continues to believe that she should not have to be the one to humble herself and admit that she was wrong. This internal struggle between wanting redemption and holding on to her pride creates a tension that runs throughout the chapter. Despite this, Scarlett takes a significant step in the right direction when she makes the decision to reach out to Rhett. She does not yet have the words to fully convey her feelings, but she realizes that she must start somewhere. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Scarlett reaches out to Rhett, though her pride still clouds the sincerity of her gesture. She hopes that he will somehow understand her unspoken remorse and that it will be enough to begin the process of healing their relationship. The chapter also delves into the emotional toll that Scarlett's persistent ambition has taken on her ability to form genuine, lasting connections with others. Her need to control every situation has prevented her from accepting help from those who care about her and has caused her to alienate herself from the people she loves most. As she seeks to make amends, Scarlett is confronted with the reality that true emotional connection requires openness and vulnerability, qualities that she has long resisted. As Scarlett's emotional journey unfolds in Chapter 31, she realizes that the path to redemption is not a straightforward one. The guilt she feels for her treatment of Rhett is complicated by her desire for independence and her belief that she is justified in some of her actions. Yet, she also understands that in order to move forward, she must be willing to acknowledge her shortcomings and work to rebuild the trust she has lost. This marks a significant moment of growth for Scarlett, as she recognizes that forgiveness, both of herself and from others, will be an ongoing process that will require patience, self-reflection, and change. In the closing scenes of the chapter, Scarlett's internal dialogue becomes more hopeful, though tinged with uncertainty. She knows that the road ahead will be difficult and that it will require more than just a single gesture to restore what has been broken. However, for the first time, Scarlett begins to see a path forward, one that will require her to be vulnerable, accept responsibility, and confront the emotional complexities of her relationships. Key notes: Scarlett's struggle with pride. One of the most important elements in Chapter 31 is Scarlett's ongoing struggle with pride. Although she recognizes that she has wronged Rhett and must take responsibility for her actions, her pride prevents her from fully expressing her remorse and seeking forgiveness in a genuine way. First step toward redemption. This chapter marks the first real step toward redemption for Scarlett. She begins to reach out to Rhett, though her pride still clouds her ability to do so with full sincerity. This action marks a shift in her emotional growth, as she takes responsibility for her role in the breakdown of their relationship. Emotional vulnerability. Scarlett's vulnerability is a key theme in Chapter 31. Although she is still struggling with her emotional defenses, she begins to see that true emotional connection and healing require a level of vulnerability and openness that she has avoided throughout much of the novel. The emotional toll of ambition. Scarlett's ongoing ambition and need for control are explored in this chapter as obstacles to forming meaningful relationships. Her focus on material success and survival has come at the cost of her emotional connections, and she begins to see that this must change if she is to achieve personal fulfillment. Analysis. Chapter 31 marks a pivotal moment in Scarlett O'Hara's emotional journey, as she begins to recognize that redemption and forgiveness are complex and require more than just a single gesture. Scarlett's internal conflict is at the heart of this chapter. She knows that she has wronged Rhett, but her pride prevents her from fully embracing her faults and seeking forgiveness. This struggle with pride is a central aspect of Scarlett's character throughout the novel, and in this chapter, it becomes clear that in order for Scarlett to move forward, she must confront her pride and allow herself to be vulnerable. The theme of redemption takes center stage as Scarlett begins to take responsibility for the emotional damage she has caused in her relationships. Her decision to reach out to Rhett represents a shift in her emotional development, as she begins to see that true healing will require more than just stubbornness and independence. Scarlett's realization that she must make amends, even if it means humbling herself, is a significant step toward emotional maturity. However, Scarlett's pride continues to complicate her ability to seek genuine forgiveness. While she is aware of the need for change, her internal resistance to fully admit her mistakes and express remorse highlights the difficulty of emotional growth. This tension between wanting redemption and holding on to pride adds depth to Scarlett's character and underscores the challenges she faces in reconciling with Rhett and those around her. The theme of emotional vulnerability is also explored in Chapter 31. For much of the novel, Scarlett has avoided emotional openness, believing that strength lies in maintaining control over her emotions. However, in this chapter, she begins to understand that true emotional connection requires vulnerability, a lesson she must continue to learn in her journey toward healing. Finally, Chapter 31 emphasizes the emotional toll that Scarlett's relentless ambition has taken on her ability to form genuine relationships. Her focus on survival and material success has distanced her from the people who care about her, and in this chapter, Scarlett realizes that true fulfillment comes not from control, but from emotional connection. This realization sets the stage for the next phase of her emotional growth, where she must balance ambition with empathy in order to find true happiness. Chapter 32, The Long Road to Reconciliation. Summary. Chapter 32 focuses on Scarlett O'Hara's ongoing efforts to mend the rift in her relationship with Rhett Butler, further delving into the complexity of her emotions and her attempts at reconciliation. After reaching out to Rhett in the previous chapter, Scarlett finds herself confronted with the challenges of overcoming pride, admitting fault, and dealing with emotional vulnerability. Though she is still reluctant to fully open herself to the depth of her feelings, this chapter marks another step in her journey toward emotional growth and the potential restoration of her relationship with Rhett. The chapter opens with Scarlett's continued efforts to seek Rhett's forgiveness, though her approach is still hesitant and marked by her pride. She cannot entirely let go of her belief that she should not be the one to apologize first or show too much vulnerability. As a result, her attempts to reach out to Rhett are more passive, and she hopes that he will understand her remorse without her having to explicitly express it. Scarlett's reluctance to fully admit her mistakes adds tension to the chapter, as she is torn between the desire for reconciliation and her deep-seated pride. Despite Scarlett's inner turmoil, there are moments of clarity where she begins to realize that humility is the key to moving forward. Throughout the chapter, Scarlett's thoughts on pride and forgiveness evolve as she sees the limitations of her previous mindset. She begins to understand that in order to truly heal, she must be willing to show vulnerability and take full responsibility for her actions. This awareness is a critical turning point for Scarlett, as it marks the beginning of a shift in her emotional outlook. However, even as Scarlett recognizes the need for change, she continues to grapple with the deep emotional consequences of her past actions. The weight of her guilt over her treatment of Rhett and her emotional neglect of him still hangs over her, and she is haunted by the memories of their once strong connection. Despite her growing awareness, Scarlett is still unsure about how to bridge the emotional distance that has grown between her and Rhett. Rhett's bitterness and emotional withdrawal have made it difficult for Scarlett to find a way back into his heart, and his response to her gestures of reconciliation remains uncertain. In this chapter, Scarlett's emotional growth is further complicated by her continued attachment to Ashley Wilkes. Though she has made progress in letting go of the idealized version of Ashley that she once longed for, she still feels the need to compare him to Rhett, often leading her to question her own feelings and the choices she has made. Scarlett's emotional confusion creates a sense of ambiguity in her journey toward healing, as she finds herself torn between the past and present, the love she once held for Ashley and the complex love she now feels for Rhett. As the chapter progresses, Scarlett's self-awareness deepens, and she begins to understand that reconciliation will take time. She cannot undo the damage that has been done in her relationship with Rhett, but she can begin the difficult process of showing remorse, acknowledging her faults, and demonstrating genuine change. Rhett's silence is frustrating to Scarlett, but she remains determined to continue her efforts. Even if it means enduring more emotional pain before she can see any result. The chapter ends on a note of hope mixed with uncertainty. Scarlett recognizes that reconciliation with Rhett is still a distant goal, but she has made a commitment to herself that she will not give up on their relationship. Despite the obstacles in her path, Scarlett begins to see a possibility for healing, even though she knows the road ahead will not be easy. Key notes: Scarlett's reluctance to apologize. The primary focus of Chapter 32 is Scarlett's struggle with pride and reluctance to fully admit her faults. While she recognizes the need for reconciliation, her pride continues to cloud her actions and prevent her from completely expressing sincere remorse to Rhett. Rhett's emotional withdrawal. Throughout the chapter, Scarlett is confronted with the reality of Rhett's emotional distance and his bitterness over the events that have transpired between them. Rhett's withdrawal adds an emotional barrier to Scarlett's attempts at reconciliation and highlights the complexity of their relationship. Scarlett's emotional confusion. Scarlett's emotional confusion, especially in relation to Ashley Wilkes, remains a significant theme. Though she has made progress in letting go of Ashley, she still struggles with comparing him to Rhett, which complicates her feelings for both men. This confusion underscores Scarlett's ongoing journey of self-discovery. The importance of vulnerability and change. Scarlett begins to recognize that true reconciliation with Rhett requires her to be vulnerable and to take full responsibility for her actions. This realization is an important step in her emotional development, as she starts to understand the necessity of humility and growth in her relationships. Analysis. Chapter 32 continues to explore the emotional and psychological toll of Scarlett's relationship with Rhett Butler, building on the themes of pride, vulnerability, and emotional growth. The chapter is marked by Scarlett's struggle to take full responsibility for the damage she has caused in her relationship with Rhett. While she is aware that reconciliation requires her to show humility, she still finds it difficult to fully let go of her pride, a central aspect of her character throughout the novel. This internal struggle between pride and the desire for reconciliation is a key element of Scarlett's emotional journey. The emotional complexity of Scarlett's character is revealed in her ambivalence toward apologizing. While she knows that she must take responsibility for her actions, her stubbornness and sense of independence prevent her from expressing the full depth of her remorse. The tension between wanting to repair the relationship and refusing to admit fault creates an emotional barrier for Scarlett that prolongs the healing process. Additionally, the chapter sheds light on the impact of Rhett's emotional withdrawal on Scarlett's efforts at reconciliation. Rhett's bitterness and silence are deeply frustrating for Scarlett, and his emotional distance highlights the difficulty of mending a relationship that has been so deeply scarred by emotional neglect and pride. While Scarlett is determined to make amends, she begins to see that true reconciliation may require more than just her actions, it may also require Rhett's willingness to forgive and reopen his heart. In terms of self-awareness, Chapter 32 marks another step in Scarlett's growth. While she is still emotionally conflicted and uncertain about her feelings for Ashley, she is beginning to understand that her relationships with both Rhett and Ashley are much more complicated than she initially realized. Scarlett's emotional confusion illustrates her ongoing process of self-discovery as she struggles to balance the love she once had for Ashley with her evolving feelings for Rhett. Ultimately, Chapter 32 underscores the central theme of emotional growth in Gone with the Wind. Scarlett's journey is not a simple one, and the path to reconciliation with Rhett is fraught with emotional obstacles. However, the chapter hints at the possibility of healing and emotional fulfillment as Scarlett begins to recognize the need for vulnerability, humility, and personal change in order to build a future grounded in authentic emotional connections. Chapter 33, The Burden of the Past and the Search for Redemption. Summary. Chapter 33 deepens the exploration of Scarlett O'Hara's emotional turmoil and the burden of her past decisions, particularly in regard to her failed relationship with Rhett Butler. In this chapter, Scarlett is faced with the full weight of the emotional consequences of her actions and must confront the fact that her mistakes have irrevocably changed her relationships. This chapter underscores Scarlett's ongoing search for redemption as she grapples with the challenge of forgiving herself and trying to reconcile her past actions with the person she wants to become. The chapter begins with Scarlett reflecting on the series of decisions that led to her estrangement from Rhett, particularly her neglect of their marriage and her obsessive fixation on Ashley Wilkes. Scarlett has spent much of the story driven by ambition, survival, and pride, but now, as she faces the harsh reality of Rhett's rejection, she begins to truly recognize the damage she has done to those around her. This self-awareness is both painful and liberating, as Scarlett understands the depth of the emotional chasm between her and Rhett. As Scarlett continues to reflect on her past mistakes, she begins to confront the painful truth that her actions have had irreparable consequences. She realizes that her obsession with Ashley and her failure to fully embrace Rhett's love have not only damaged her marriage but also distanced her from the people she cares about most. The realization of how deeply she has hurt Rhett, and the sense of loss that accompanies this understanding, is overwhelming for Scarlett, yet it marks a key moment of growth for her. For the first time, she begins to consider that she may have to pay a heavy price to make things right. The emotional weight of Scarlett's guilt is palpable throughout the chapter, and she struggles to find a way to balance her need for redemption with the emotional distance between her and Rhett. She feels as though she has lost not only Rhett's love but also her sense of identity. Without him, Scarlett is left to confront her own insecurities and sense of worth, realizing that she had relied on him in ways she had never fully acknowledged before. Rhett's absence has left a void that Scarlett does not know how to fill. In the midst of this inner conflict, Scarlett decides to take action in an attempt to restore some semblance of control over her life. She embarks on a journey of self-reliance, seeking to prove to herself that she can survive without Rhett and that her self-worth does not depend on her relationship with him. However, this decision comes with its own set of challenges. Scarlett's pride is again tested, as she must balance her desire for independence with the need for reconciliation. As much as Scarlett desires independence, she also knows deep down that without Rhett, she will never be fully complete. Despite her efforts to move forward, Scarlett's thoughts continuously return to Rhett. She is unable to escape the lingering sense of regret, and it becomes clear that he remains the central figure in her emotional life, even though their relationship has broken down. Scarlett's obsession with the past and her inability to fully let go of her feelings for Rhett prevent her from making any real progress toward self-forgiveness. She is haunted by the image of the man she once loved and the life they could have had together. As the chapter concludes, Scarlett makes a commitment to herself to continue seeking self-reliance and personal growth, despite the obstacles in her way. She is still uncertain about the future, but she knows that in order to find peace, she must face her guilt head-on and begin the painful process of letting go of her pride. This marks another significant step in her journey toward redemption, though the road ahead remains difficult and unclear. Key notes: Scarlett's self-awareness and regret. Chapter 33 marks a significant shift in Scarlett's character as she begins to fully understand the damage her actions have caused, particularly her treatment of Rhett. The chapter highlights the emotional consequences of Scarlett's past decisions and her growing guilt and regret over losing Rhett's love. Scarlett's struggle with self-worth. This chapter delves into Scarlett's emotional struggle with her sense of identity and self-worth. As she faces the loss of Rhett, she realizes that her emotional security has long been tied to her relationship with him. This realization forces her to confront her own insecurities and to question who she is without him. The search for redemption and self-reliance. As Scarlett wrestles with her feelings of guilt and loss, she embarks on a journey of self-reliance and personal growth. She tries to prove to herself that she can survive without Rhett, even though her deep emotional connection to him remains unresolved. Scarlett's commitment to her own emotional strength highlights her desire to move forward, but she is still not entirely free of her past. Obsession with the past. Despite her desire for self-reliance, Scarlett remains obsessed with the past, particularly her relationship with Rhett. This obsession prevents her from moving on emotionally and highlights her struggle to let go of the life she once hoped for. Analysis. In Chapter 33, Scarlett O'Hara is faced with the reality that redemption is not easily attainable, and that it comes at a great cost. As Scarlett reflects on the consequences of her actions, particularly her treatment of Rhett, she begins to understand the true depth of her guilt. This realization marks a significant moment of self-awareness, as Scarlett is forced to confront the emotional toll that her choices have taken on her relationships. However, the guilt that haunts her is not just about her treatment of Rhett, it also reflects Scarlett's broader emotional struggles throughout the novel. At the heart of the chapter is Scarlett's search for redemption. She knows that she must make amends, but she is unsure how to begin the process of forgiving herself. Her guilt is compounded by her pride, which continues to complicate her ability to fully acknowledge her mistakes and ask for forgiveness. Scarlett's struggle with pride has been a central theme throughout the novel, and in this chapter, it becomes clear that she cannot move forward until she is willing to let go of her pride and fully face the consequences of her actions. The chapter also explores Scarlett's struggle with self-worth, as she comes to realize that her identity has been deeply tied to her relationship with Rhett. Without him, she feels lost and insecure. This emotional vulnerability is a turning point for Scarlett, as she begins to see that her emotional security cannot be dependent on others, and that she must find inner strength in order to heal. However, her obsession with Rhett prevents her from fully embracing this self-reliance, as she remains haunted by the idea of losing him and the life they could have shared. Ultimately, Chapter 33 underscores the difficulty of emotional growth and the burden of the past. Scarlett's journey is not linear, and she continues to struggle with feelings of guilt, regret, and unresolved emotions. Yet, this chapter marks another step in her development, as she begins to acknowledge the emotional consequences of her actions and the long road ahead toward self-forgiveness and personal healing. Chapter 34, The Weight of Decision and the Path to Forgiveness. Summary. Chapter 34 focuses on Scarlett O'Hara's growing realization that her emotional journey toward healing and forgiveness will require a deep reckoning with her past decisions. As she continues to reflect on her tumultuous relationship with Rhett Butler, she confronts the weight of her mistakes and the impact they've had on her sense of identity. In this chapter, Scarlett begins to recognize that true redemption will not come easily, but it is the only path forward for her emotional survival. The chapter opens with Scarlett feeling the full force of her guilt and regret. Despite her previous attempts to move on and reclaim her independence, she cannot escape the sense of loss that haunts her. This internal struggle forces Scarlett to make a difficult decision: to face her past and ask for forgiveness, or continue living in emotional turmoil, cut off from any possibility of healing. For the first time, Scarlett acknowledges that forgiveness is something she needs from Rhett, but also from herself. The journey ahead is not about waiting for Rhett's forgiveness, but about giving herself the freedom to heal. Scarlett's decision to confront the pain of her past reflects her growing emotional maturity. Throughout the novel, she has resisted the idea of vulnerability and humility, but now she realizes that the only way to rebuild her life is by opening herself up to self-reflection and the difficult process of atoning for her actions. In the early parts of the chapter, Scarlett faces the painful realization that her attachment to Rhett has become a defining force in her life. Her identity has been intertwined with his presence, and without him, she feels adrift. She wonders if she can rebuild a future without him, but the thought seems impossible. In her internal dialogue, Scarlett contemplates whether she deserves Rhett's forgiveness. She questions the worth of her own love and whether it is enough to undo the harm she has caused. Her self-doubt is evident as she compares her love for Rhett to the idealized love she once felt for Ashley Wilkes. Ashley has always been a symbol of what Scarlett thought she wanted, but she now realizes that her obsession with Ashley was misguided and rooted in fantasy. She is coming to terms with the fact that her love for Rhett was more real, though complicated by her own inability to fully embrace the depth of that love. Scarlett's emotional struggle intensifies as she decides to take responsibility for her actions and begin the process of forgiveness. She knows that reconciliation with Rhett will not be easy, but she commits herself to honesty and vulnerability. It is a slow and painful process, but Scarlett begins to recognize that she must be patient with herself and trust that change will come in its own time. This chapter marks a significant turning point for Scarlett, as she decides to confront the emotional weight of her past and take the necessary steps toward healing. Throughout the chapter, Scarlett's internal dialogue is punctuated by her encounters with Rhett, who remains emotionally distant. His silence and withdrawal weigh heavily on Scarlett's heart, but she continues to reach out, determined to show him that she is willing to change. She understands that Rhett's forgiveness cannot be forced, and that it will take time for him to come to terms with the emotional hurt she has caused. Still, she refuses to give up on their relationship, even though the path ahead is uncertain. The chapter ends with Scarlett resolute in her decision to move forward with humility, accepting that the road to redemption will not be without sacrifice. She is committed to healing from the guilt and regret that have weighed her down for so long, but she knows that it will take time and self-compassion before she can truly move on. The chapter closes with a sense of renewed hope, as Scarlett is finally able to embrace the possibility of forgiving herself and finding peace. Key notes: Scarlett's decision to face her past. In Chapter 34, Scarlett makes the critical decision to confront her past mistakes and the consequences they have had on her relationships, particularly with Rhett. She acknowledges that true emotional healing requires her to take responsibility for her actions and ask for forgiveness, not only from Rhett, but from herself. The weight of guilt and self-doubt. The chapter underscores the burden of Scarlett's guilt and self-doubt. As Scarlett confronts the aftermath of her actions, she grapples with whether she deserves Rhett's forgiveness and whether her love for him is enough to heal their relationship. This internal struggle emphasizes the complexity of Scarlett's emotional growth. Scarlett's recognition of her love for Rhett. Throughout the chapter, Scarlett begins to realize that her love for Rhett was more profound than her previous attachment to Ashley Wilkes. She comes to terms with the fact that her obsession with Ashley was a fantasy, and that Rhett represents the real, complicated love she sought but failed to fully recognize in the past. Humility and the path to forgiveness. Chapter 34 is centered on Scarlett's growing humility and her decision to embark on the painful journey of self-forgiveness. She understands that true redemption requires vulnerability, and though the path is difficult, she is committed to facing the emotional consequences of her actions and seeking reconciliation with Rhett. Analysis. Chapter 34 marks a critical point in Scarlett O'Hara's emotional development. It represents a turning point where Scarlett begins to acknowledge the full extent of her mistakes and the need to face her guilt in order to move forward. While Scarlett has always been characterized by her determination and stubborn pride, this chapter demonstrates a shift in her mindset. She now recognizes that emotional healing requires more than just self-reliance or survival. It requires humility and the ability to accept responsibility for past actions. The guilt that has plagued Scarlett throughout the novel is laid bare in this chapter, as she reflects on the emotional toll of her relationship with Rhett. Scarlett's self-doubt is palpable as she wonders if she can ever be worthy of Rhett's forgiveness. This internal dialogue highlights her insecurity and fear of failure, yet it also reveals her growth. As Scarlett learns to reconcile the complexity of her emotions, she gradually comes to understand that true love is not about perfection, but about growth, vulnerability, and forgiveness. At the same time, Chapter 34 highlights the central role of pride in Scarlett's character. While she is making strides toward emotional growth, she still faces the challenge of balancing her pride with her desire for reconciliation. Scarlett's journey toward self-forgiveness is not linear, and her pride continues to impede her progress at times. However, by the end of the chapter, Scarlett has made the commitment to change and has resolved to take responsibility for her actions. The chapter also addresses the power of emotional honesty in relationships. Scarlett's realization that Rhett's forgiveness cannot be forced is a moment of emotional maturity for her. She understands that Rhett's emotional distance is a consequence of the hurt she has caused, and that his healing process must unfold in its own time. This acknowledgement marks a significant shift in Scarlett's emotional awareness, as she begins to accept that reconciliation requires patience, humility, and time. Ultimately, Chapter 34 is about Scarlett's journey from a place of emotional confusion and guilt to a place of greater self-awareness and vulnerability. It demonstrates her willingness to face her past, to forgive herself, and to embrace the possibility of reconciliation with Rhett, even though the road ahead is uncertain. Chapter 35, The Long Road to Reconciliation. Summary: Chapter 35 deals with Scarlett O'Hara's gradual journey toward reconciliation, both with herself and with Rhett Butler. Having made the difficult decision to confront her past mistakes, Scarlett now faces the slow and painful process of healing. This chapter explores her internal and external struggles as she attempts to rebuild her relationship with Rhett, who remains emotionally distant and cautious in his dealings with her. Scarlett is forced to confront not only the consequences of her actions but also the reality that reconciliation will require more than just apologies. It will demand consistent effort, vulnerability, and the willingness to endure emotional discomfort. The chapter begins with Scarlett reflecting on the changes that have taken place in her life since the collapse of her marriage. Although she has made significant strides in understanding her emotional needs, she is still haunted by the emptiness that her estranged relationship with Rhett has left in her life. This chapter shows how deeply Scarlett has internalized the idea of survival and independence, values she has clung to throughout the novel. Yet, the realization that survival alone is no longer enough begins to settle in. She now acknowledges that healing requires more than just personal strength. It requires a willingness to be vulnerable and open to the possibility of failure. In her conversations with friends and family, Scarlett's determination to repair her fractured relationship with Rhett becomes more evident. She opens up to Melanie about the importance of Rhett in her life, admitting that she has never truly appreciated him until now. However, Melanie's kind words of encouragement only serve to highlight the distance between Scarlett's desires and the reality of Rhett's withdrawal. Though Scarlett's longing for Rhett remains strong, she is forced to recognize that love cannot be demanded, it must be earned, slowly and steadily. Throughout the chapter, Scarlett wrestles with feelings of frustration as she tries to reconcile her longing for Rhett's forgiveness with the reality that he is no longer the man she once knew. Rhett's coldness remains a stark contrast to the passionate love that once defined their relationship. Despite his silence, Scarlett refuses to give up on the idea of reconciliation. She continues to take small steps toward regaining his trust, even if that means confronting her own insecurities and acknowledging the emotional distance she has created between them. The chapter also highlights Scarlett's continuing growth. While she has not yet fully won Rhett back, she begins to make peace with the idea that their relationship may never be the same again. Scarlett's journey toward reconciliation is no longer about forcing her will upon others, it has become about finding peace within herself. Her understanding of love has shifted from a desire for control and dominance to an acceptance of mutual vulnerability. Scarlett's willingness to face her own flaws and to acknowledge the hurt she has caused marks a significant moment of emotional maturity. The chapter concludes with Scarlett experiencing a brief moment of hope as she receives an unexpected gesture from Rhett, one that suggests a glimmer of potential for healing. However, Scarlett knows that true reconciliation will take time and that it cannot be rushed. She is willing to wait, to prove to both herself and Rhett that she is committed to change. The chapter ends on a note of cautious optimism, with Scarlett resolved to continue her journey, knowing that the road ahead will be long, but not impossible. Key notes: Scarlett's emotional growth. This chapter marks a further step in Scarlett's emotional development. While she has always been headstrong and independent, she is now learning to approach her emotional turmoil with patience and vulnerability, recognizing that these qualities are necessary for reconciliation with Rhett. The complexity of reconciliation. The chapter emphasizes that reconciliation is a long and difficult process, requiring more than just words. Scarlett's realization that she must earn Rhett's forgiveness, not demand it, signals a deep shift in her emotional maturity. Scarlett's vulnerability. In this chapter, Scarlett becomes more open to acknowledging her own vulnerabilities. Her emotional growth comes from her ability to face her past mistakes and her willingness to be patient with herself and others as she navigates the uncertain road to healing. The distance between Scarlett and Rhett. Although Scarlett is making efforts toward reconciliation, the emotional distance between her and Rhett is still apparent. Rhett's coolness serves as a constant reminder that love cannot be manipulated or rushed, it must develop organically, if at all. Patience and time. The chapter underscores the importance of patience in the process of emotional healing and reconciliation. Scarlett is learning that love, trust, and forgiveness take time, and that she must be prepared to endure setbacks and disappointments along the way. Analysis. Chapter 35 marks a moment of emotional realism for Scarlett O'Hara. After the idealized vision of reconciliation she may have harbored in earlier chapters, she now faces the truth that reconciliation is a process, not a quick fix. This chapter paints a picture of the complexity of love and relationships, especially when past actions have created deep rifts. Scarlett's transformation from an impulsive, self-centered character to someone more willing to embrace patience and humility is evident in her willingness to stay on the path of healing, despite the uncertainty ahead. One of the most poignant themes explored in this chapter is the idea of emotional distance. The relationship between Scarlett and Rhett has shifted from intense passion to painful estrangement. Yet, through Scarlett's perseverance and introspection, there is hope that healing will occur, not immediately, but over time. Scarlett's recognition that the distance between herself and Rhett may be insurmountable represents a significant realization. She is no longer focused solely on winning him back but is accepting the possibility that their love may look very different from what it once was. Another key aspect of this chapter is Scarlett's deepening understanding of the power of vulnerability. Where she once viewed vulnerability as a weakness, she now begins to see it as a necessary step in her emotional evolution. By allowing herself to be vulnerable with Rhett, and with herself, Scarlett opens the door to the possibility of true reconciliation, not just with him, but with her own sense of self-worth. Ultimately, Chapter 35 is about Scarlett's acceptance. That healing takes time. The narrative of reconciliation is not a fairy tale, but a slow, often painful process. Yet, through this acceptance, Scarlett begins to transform from a woman defined by her mistakes and regrets into someone who is learning to build a life based on humility, self-awareness, and the capacity for love. Chapter 36, The Unraveling of Old Ties. Summary. Chapter 36 marks a pivotal moment in Scarlett O'Hara's emotional and relational journey, as she begins to fully recognize the shifting nature of her relationships, not just with Rhett, but with the people who have shaped her life. The chapter focuses on Scarlett's realization that she must break free from the ties that have bound her to her past, including the unrealistic ideals she held about love, family, and the world around her. Her growth continues as she starts to understand that some relationships are beyond repair and that some elements of her past must be left behind in order for her to move forward. The chapter opens with Scarlett reflecting on the years that have passed since the war, and the changes that have come with them. She is no longer the carefree young woman she once was, driven by ambition and desire. Instead, she is a more introspective woman, weighed down by the consequences of her actions and the emotional distance that now exists between her and the people she loves. In this chapter, Scarlett begins to see that while she has survived, she has done so at a cost. Her relationships have suffered, and many of them have reached a point where they cannot be restored to their former state. As Scarlett faces these realizations, her internal conflict intensifies. She recognizes that she is emotionally isolated, her marriage to Rhett is strained beyond repair, and even her once close friendships with Melanie and others seem distant. Her growing sense of loneliness leads her to make a difficult decision, to confront these broken ties head-on and decide which ones are worth salvaging and which must be severed completely. This is a painful process for Scarlett, who has always prided herself on her ability to maintain control and keep people close to her. Now, she must confront the reality that not all relationships can be mended, and not all connections are meant to last. In her conversations with Melanie, Scarlett gains new insights into the nature of love and forgiveness. Melanie, ever the empathetic and understanding figure, offers Scarlett a different perspective on life and relationships. She encourages Scarlett to see the world beyond her own narrow viewpoint and to understand that true love is not about possession or control but about selflessness and mutual respect. Scarlett's realization that Melanie has always been a steady, self-sacrificing force in her life is bittersweet. She begins to understand the depth of Melanie's love for her, which only adds to Scarlett's feelings of guilt and regret for her past actions. Meanwhile, Scarlett continues to struggle with her relationship with Rhett. Though she has made some progress in terms of self-reflection, their communication remains fraught with tension. Rhett's continued emotional withdrawal serves as a constant reminder that, despite her efforts, their marriage may be beyond repair. Scarlett begins to question if her longing for Rhett's forgiveness is driven more by her own need for validation than by a true desire for reconciliation. This realization forces Scarlett to take a hard look at herself and the motivations behind her actions, leading to an important moment of self-awareness. The chapter ends with Scarlett standing at a crossroads, unsure of where her journey will lead but resolute in her decision to move forward. She understands that there is no turning back to the way things were, and that the process of emotional healing will require not just forgiveness but also letting go of old expectations and accepting the realities of her life. Scarlett knows that the road ahead will be challenging, but she is determined to face it with newfound strength and resilience. Her decision to sever ties with the past, in all its forms, symbolizes her readiness to embrace a future that is undefined and uncertain, but also full of possibility. Key notes: emotional isolation. Scarlett's increasing emotional isolation is a central theme in this chapter. As she reflects on the broken relationships in her life, she begins to accept that she can no longer hold on to all the connections that once defined her. Letting go of the past, this chapter marks a significant turning point as Scarlett recognizes that she must let go of the past in order to move forward. Her emotional growth comes from accepting that not every relationship can be salvaged, and that some ties must be severed for her own well-being. Melanie's influence. Melanie continues to serve as a moral and emotional anchor for Scarlett. In this chapter, Melanie's wisdom and selflessness help Scarlett begin to understand the true nature of love and forgiveness, and the ways in which she has misunderstood both in the past. Self-reflection and accountability. Scarlett's ongoing self-reflection reveals her growing sense of accountability for her actions. As she evaluates her past choices, she begins to see that her desire for Rhett's forgiveness is more about her own sense of guilt than it is about truly understanding the damage she has caused. Rhett's continued withdrawal. Rhett remains emotionally distant, and his withdrawal becomes an ongoing challenge for Scarlett. She is forced to confront the reality that, despite her efforts, their relationship may not be salvageable, and that reconciliation will require more than just her willpower. Analysis. Chapter 36 represents a moment of significant emotional and psychological growth for Scarlett O'Hara. Throughout the novel, Scarlett has clung to the idea that she can control and shape her relationships to suit her desires. However, in this chapter, she is confronted with the painful truth that not all relationships can be repaired, and not all emotional ties can be maintained. This realization marks a shift in Scarlett's character. She begins to understand that healing requires more than just survival and self-reliance. It requires the ability to let go and to accept what cannot be changed. The theme of emotional isolation is explored deeply in this chapter. Scarlett has long defined herself by her connections with others, whether it was her love for Ashley Wilkes, her marriage to Rhett Butler, or her relationships with the people of Tara. Yet, as those relationships disintegrate, Scarlett is forced to confront her own emotional emptiness. Her growing isolation is both a source of pain and a catalyst for change. It pushes her toward greater introspection and ultimately encourages her to find a new path forward, one that is not defined by her past mistakes or desires. Melanie's influence in this chapter is also significant. While Scarlett has always admired Melanie, she now begins to fully understand the depth of Melanie's love and selflessness. Melanie's ability to forgive and to love unconditionally provides Scarlett with a powerful model of what true emotional maturity looks like. For the first time, Scarlett sees that love is not about domination or possession, but about selflessness, understanding, and mutual respect. This realization helps Scarlett make peace with the relationships that have been broken and to reframe her own understanding of what it means to love and to be loved. Ultimately, Chapter 36 is about the painful yet necessary process of letting go. As Scarlett begins to sever her ties with the past, she finds herself at a crossroads, unsure of what the future holds, but more open to the possibilities that lie ahead. This chapter marks a critical step in her emotional journey, as she moves beyond survival and toward a more authentic, self-aware existence. Although the road ahead remains uncertain, Scarlett is finally ready to face it with a greater sense of clarity and understanding. Chapter 37, The Seeds of Change. Summary. In Chapter 37, Scarlett O'Hara faces the reality of her fractured relationships, particularly with Rhett. While she still longs for reconciliation, she begins to accept that it may not be possible. Her growing self-awareness prompts her to shift her focus toward her future, independent of Rhett's approval. Scarlett's efforts to rebuild her life reflect her emotional growth, as she embraces the idea of starting over without relying on the past to define her. She learns to see her past actions with a critical eye, understanding that change will come only through self-reliance and personal growth. Scarlett's internal struggle continues as she grapples with her emotions toward Rhett. She no longer expects him to return to her, but the desire for his forgiveness remains. Still, she recognizes that her love for him must evolve into something more mature and less obsessive. The chapter ends with Scarlett committing to move forward, despite the emotional void she feels, as she finally accepts that the life she once envisioned may no longer be possible. Key notes. Acceptance of change. Scarlett begins to accept that some relationships cannot be fixed and that she must look ahead, not behind. Growth and independence. She starts to see the importance of growing independently, not relying on past relationships to define her future. Reconciliation with Rhett. Scarlett still hopes for reconciliation, but she understands it may not happen. Her growth now involves accepting this reality. Analysis. Chapter 37 showcases Scarlett's ongoing journey toward self-acceptance. Her emotional maturation is evident as she begins to understand that her future is in her own hands. The chapter marks a shift from her obsession with Rhett to a more realistic view of life and love. She faces the difficult truth that some things are beyond her control, but through this acceptance, she finds the strength to move forward, no longer tied to her past desires. Chapter 38, The Quiet Before the Storm. Summary. In Chapter 38, Scarlett O'Hara's emotional resilience is put to the test. As she works to rebuild her life, she faces a quiet yet profound realization that the peace she seeks may only come through continued personal sacrifice. Scarlett's attempts to reconcile with her past continue, but her focus now shifts toward securing her future. She begins to pour her energy into the management of Tara, understanding that her personal fulfillment can no longer depend on the approval or presence of others. Scarlett's efforts to focus on practical matters, such as managing the farm and the people around her, reflect her desire to regain control over her life. The emotional detachment she feels from Rhett is contrasted with a growing resolve to remain strong and steady for herself and her family. This chapter is marked by a sense of quiet determination as Scarlett embraces the necessity of change, even if it means facing the storm of uncertainty ahead. Key notes. Emotional detachment. Scarlett's emotional detachment from Rhett signals her growing acceptance of their separation. Focus on the future. Scarlett's focus shifts toward securing her future, particularly through her work at Terra. Strength in solitude. She begins to embrace solitude and strength, learning that her sense of worth is not tied to others. Analysis. Chapter 38 highlights Scarlett's determination to face the future with strength, even in the face of emotional uncertainty. Her growing detachment from Rhett represents a shift in her emotional development, as she starts to understand that true independence comes from self-reliance. The chapter foreshadows the difficult road ahead but shows that Scarlett is finally ready to face it, without depending on external validation. Chapter 39, The Cost of Survival. Summary. In Chapter 39, Scarlett O'Hara is confronted with the harsh realities of the sacrifices required for survival. As she focuses on rebuilding Terra and securing her future, she realizes that her quest for independence has come at a personal cost. The emotional toll of her separation from Rhett weighs heavily on her, but Scarlett refuses to allow it to derail her progress. She channels her energy into the land, working tirelessly to ensure that Terra remains self-sufficient. Despite the physical and emotional exhaustion, she remains determined to preserve her legacy and the future of her family. Scarlett's inner conflict intensifies as she reflects on the emotional isolation she has endured. While she continues to suppress her feelings, she begins to accept that survival requires resilience, even if it means sacrificing parts of herself. The chapter ends with Scarlett pushing forward, accepting the toll her choices have taken but remaining resolute in her determination to survive. Key notes. Sacrifice for survival. Scarlett's focus on survival leads her to sacrifice emotional connections, particularly with Rhett. Emotional isolation. Scarlett's emotional isolation continues to deepen as she remains dedicated to her survival and future. Relentless determination. Despite the emotional cost, Scarlett refuses to give up on her future, channeling her pain into work and persistence. Analysis. Chapter 39 underscores the emotional and psychological cost of Scarlett's survival. Her relentless pursuit of independence has required her to suppress her emotions, particularly her grief over Rhett's absence. This chapter highlights the complex nature of survival and resilience. While Scarlett's determination is admirable, it is also deeply isolating. Her emotional journey becomes even more complicated as she grapples with the tension between personal growth and the price of emotional detachment. Chapter 40, A Glimmer of Hope. Summary. In Chapter 40, Scarlett O'Hara experiences a moment of unexpected clarity, as she begins to see a glimmer of hope for the future. Despite the emotional void left by Rhett and the weight of her responsibilities at Terra, Scarlett realizes that she has the strength to create a new life for herself. Her hard work and persistence have paid off, as she finds herself in a position of greater stability, both financially and emotionally. Though her relationships remain strained, Scarlett begins to recognize that she is capable of shaping her destiny, no longer relying on others for validation. The chapter concludes with Scarlett contemplating the possibility of a future that is independent of her past mistakes and attachments. She is no longer the woman defined by her obsession with Rhett or Ashley. Instead, she is a woman who is learning to stand on her own, with a newfound sense of hope for what lies ahead. Key notes. Newfound clarity. Scarlett gains clarity about her future and her ability to shape her own destiny. Independence and strength. Her growing independence reflects her emotional growth and resilience. A renewed sense of hope. Scarlett's shift from emotional detachment to hope signals her ability to embrace the future. Analysis. Chapter 40 marks a critical moment of emotional awakening for Scarlett. As she shifts her focus away from her past relationships, she begins to see that she has the power to define her future. This chapter reveals that emotional healing and growth are possible, even after deep pain. Scarlett's ability to find hope despite her circumstances signifies the beginning of her true transformation. It shows that while the past may never fully be resolved, the future remains full of possibility. Chapter 41, The Road Ahead. Summary. In Chapter 41, Scarlett O'Hara faces the reality that the road to healing is long and uncertain. While she has made significant strides in rebuilding her life, she acknowledges that there are still many challenges ahead. As she continues to work at Tara and move forward with her responsibilities, Scarlett grapples with moments of doubt and regret, but she refuses to let these emotions define her. Instead, she channels her energy into securing Tara's future and her own. Her efforts reflect her growing understanding that strength comes from within, and that survival is not just about enduring hardship but also about embracing the possibility of change. Scarlett's reflections on the past become less about regret and more about the lessons she has learned. She is no longer driven solely by the need to prove herself to others, but by a deeper, internal desire for self-fulfillment. The chapter ends with Scarlett cautiously optimistic about the future, understanding that while the journey will be difficult, it is one that she must face with unwavering resolve. Key notes: embracing the future. Scarlett begins to embrace the uncertainty of the future, accepting that change is inevitable. Strength from within. Her growing resilience reflects a shift from external validation to internal strength. Self-reflection and growth. Scarlett starts to see her past as a source of lessons, not just regret. Analysis. Chapter 41 marks a pivotal moment in Scarlett's emotional growth. Her recognition that the future is uncertain but worth pursuing shows a significant shift in her mindset. She no longer feels the need to control everything but is learning to accept the unpredictable nature of life. This chapter emphasizes that true strength comes from within and that survival involves embracing growth, even when it comes with pain and uncertainty. Chapter 42, A New Beginning. Summary. In Chapter 42, Scarlett O'Hara takes the first steps toward embracing a new beginning. While the emotional weight of her past still lingers, Scarlett's sense of purpose is stronger than ever. She has learned that survival is not just about enduring the hardships of life, but also about finding a way to move forward with hope. Scarlett's relationship with her family becomes more central in this chapter, as she realizes that Tara and her loved ones are her true source of strength. She begins to understand that her journey toward healing is not just about her personal redemption but about creating a future for the people she loves. Scarlett's actions reflect her new focus on building a life that is grounded in love and family, rather than obsession with the past or past relationships. By the end of the chapter, Scarlett feels a sense of resolve that she has never felt before. She is ready to face the future with determination, embracing the possibility of a new life without clinging to the remnants of her old one. Key notes: family is a source of strength. Scarlett shifts her focus from personal ambition to her family and the legacy of Tara. Hope and renewal. She begins to understand that true renewal comes through embracing the future and creating new bonds. Readiness for a new life. Scarlett is finally prepared to embrace the future, leaving behind the burdens of her past. Analysis. Chapter 42 marks a true turning point for Scarlett, as she shifts her focus from the pain of the past to the possibilities of the future. This chapter demonstrates Scarlett's emotional maturation and her willingness to rebuild her life on new foundations: love, family, and hope. Her journey is no longer defined by her relationships with Rhett and Ashley, but by her capacity to forge a new path for herself and those she loves. This chapter serves as a conclusion to Scarlett's long emotional journey and opens the door to a more optimistic and self-assured future. Chapter 43, The Burden of the Past. Summary. In Chapter 43, Scarlett O'Hara confronts the lingering influence of her past decisions. Although she has made significant progress in moving forward, she is reminded that the scars of her previous choices continue to shape her reality. Scarlett faces the challenge of reconciling the woman she is now with the woman she was. She struggles with the feeling that the past is never truly behind her, and that it will always be a part of who she is. Despite these moments of doubt, Scarlett remains focused on the future and her role in securing the well-being of Tara. This chapter highlights Scarlett's internal conflict as she continues to grapple with guilt and unresolved feelings, especially regarding Rhett. While she wishes for closure, she begins to accept that some things cannot be fixed. Instead of dwelling on what cannot be changed, Scarlett redirects her energy into the present and the future. The chapter ends with a sense of tentative acceptance, as Scarlett acknowledges that while the past may weigh heavily on her, it does not define her future. Key notes. Living with the past. Scarlett's realization that her past will always be a part of her but doesn't have to control her future. Internal conflict. She continues to struggle with guilt and regret, particularly about her relationships with Rhett and Ashley. Focus on the present. Scarlett's decision to direct her energy into the present and future instead of the past. Analysis. Chapter 43 delves deeper into Scarlett's internal struggle as she continues to grapple with the consequences of her actions. This chapter emphasizes the complexity of emotional healing. While Scarlett has made progress, she must still come to terms with her past. However, her growing understanding that the past doesn't have to control her is a significant step in her emotional journey. It is a chapter that acknowledges the difficulty of self-forgiveness and the importance of focusing on what can be changed, rather than what has already occurred. Chapter 44, Acceptance and Resolution. Summary. In Chapter 44, Scarlett O'Hara finds a sense of closure as she comes to terms with the reality of her life. The emotional journey that has defined her story finally reaches a point of resolution, as Scarlett fully accepts that her past cannot be rewritten and that her future lies in her own hands. She reflects on the long road she has traveled, from the heartbreak and obsession with Rhett to the emotional growth and self-reliance she has cultivated. Though she still carries some pain, she recognizes that she has the strength to endure it and move forward. Scarlett's relationships with others, particularly with her family, take center stage in this chapter. She realizes that while love and forgiveness may never fully be achieved with certain individuals, she can still find fulfillment in her relationships with those who support her. The chapter concludes with Scarlett looking ahead with determination, knowing that the road is not easy, but that she is now prepared to face whatever comes her way. She is ready to embrace the future, free from the shackles of her past mistakes. Key notes. Closure. Scarlett reaches a point of emotional closure, accepting that the past is unchangeable. Self-reliance. Her emotional growth culminates in a strong sense of self-reliance and readiness for the future. New perspective on relationships. Scarlett realizes that fulfillment can come from her family and those who truly support her, not just from past relationships. Analysis. Chapter 44 represents the culmination of Scarlett's emotional journey. Her acceptance of the past and resolution to move forward demonstrates the power of self-forgiveness and emotional growth. Scarlett has evolved from a woman obsessed with external validation and love to someone who is finally ready to live for herself and her family. This chapter signals the end of a turbulent emotional arc and sets the stage for a more hopeful and independent future. Chapter 45, A Future Reclaimed. Summary. In Chapter 45, Scarlett O'Hara embarks on the final phase of her personal transformation. After the emotional rollercoaster she has experienced throughout the novel, she finally steps into a future that she has actively reclaimed for herself. No longer weighed down by guilt, self-doubt, or the need for others' approval, Scarlett begins to take control of her destiny. Her relationship with her family strengthens, as she fully embraces her role in sustaining Tara. This chapter illustrates Scarlett's deepened connection to her roots, showing that her sense of identity is now tied to the land and her family legacy, rather than her past romantic entanglements. While Scarlett's emotional scars are not completely healed, she has reached a place of greater peace and resolve. She continues to honor the past, but it no longer governs her actions or her heart. The chapter ends with Scarlett taking decisive steps toward creating a future that reflects the strength, independence, and hope she has cultivated throughout her journey. Key notes. Reclaiming the future. Scarlett finally takes control of her future, no longer defined by past mistakes. Strengthened family ties. Her bond with her family, especially Tara, becomes central to her sense of self. Emotional resolution. Scarlett reaches a more peaceful and resolved state, no longer burdened by guilt or longing. Analysis. Chapter 45 represents the completion of Scarlett's emotional and personal growth. By reclaiming her future and focusing on what she can control, Scarlett shows that healing comes through active change, not just reflection. Her new strength lies in her ability to let go of what cannot be fixed and to build a future that aligns with her values. This chapter highlights the power of self-determination and the importance of family in helping shape one's identity. Scarlett is no longer trapped in the past, but looking ahead to the future with a renewed sense of purpose. Chapter 46, Full Circle. Summary. In Chapter 46, Scarlett O'Hara comes full circle in her emotional journey. The chapter reveals that, while Scarlett has evolved and grown throughout the novel, there are still remnants of her past that she must confront. However, she now faces them with newfound wisdom and maturity. She understands that while she cannot undo the hurt she has caused or the mistakes she has made, she has the power to shape the life she wants moving forward. Scarlett's internal transformation is complete as she now accepts that the key to peace lies not in perfection but in acceptance. Scarlett reflects on her journey from the naive young woman at the beginning of the story to the independent, self-aware woman she has become. Though she still carries the weight of her past, she has learned to live with it, rather than let it control her. The chapter closes with Scarlett looking to the future with resolve, her emotional growth now fully realized, and her heart open to the possibilities ahead. Key notes: emotional maturity. Scarlett has grown into an emotionally mature woman, accepting both her past and her future. Living with imperfection, she acknowledges that imperfection is part of life, and that true peace comes from acceptance. Full circle, Scarlett completes her emotional journey, recognizing the value of the lessons learned along the way. Analysis: Chapter 46 marks the culmination of Scarlett's emotional journey. It emphasizes that true emotional growth is not about erasing the past, but about learning to live with it and move forward. Scarlett's acceptance of her imperfections reflects a significant shift in her character, as she no longer seeks perfection or external validation. Instead, she embraces life with all its complexities and uncertainties, fully aware that the road ahead will not be easy but determined to face it head-on. This chapter brings Scarlett's story to a close, showing how far she has come from the woman she was when the novel began. Chapter 47, Embracing the New Dawn. Summary: in Chapter 47, Scarlett O'Hara stands at the threshold of a new chapter in her life. With her emotional growth and newfound sense of peace, she embraces the opportunities the future holds. While remnants of the past still linger, Scarlett has come to terms with the fact that she cannot change what has been done. She now focuses on the future with a calm determination, understanding that her journey is one of continuous growth. Her family, particularly Tara, remains her cornerstone, and Scarlett's resolve to protect and nurture it strengthens her sense of purpose. Throughout the chapter, Scarlett reflects on how far she has come, emotionally, mentally, and personally. Though she is aware that challenges will still come, she now faces them with a quiet confidence and a deeper understanding of herself. The chapter closes with Scarlett looking toward the horizon, knowing that the future is hers to shape, filled with potential for both personal fulfillment and the well-being of her family. Key notes: new beginning. Scarlett begins the next phase of her life with a deep sense of peace and purpose. Emotional confidence. She now faces challenges with a grounded and confident outlook. Focus on family and future. Her connection to Tara and her role as its protector remains central to her life's purpose. Analysis. Chapter 47 demonstrates Scarlett's final transformation into a woman who has learned to embrace both her past and her future. Her emotional maturity is fully realized as she no longer seeks to control everything, but rather to accept and navigate what life brings her way. This chapter illustrates the balance Scarlett has struck between honoring her past and building a new life with an open heart. It marks a true new beginning, where she finds fulfillment not in her past relationships but in the strength of her family and her future. Chapter 48, A Quiet Resolution. Summary. Chapter 48 brings the novel to a quiet, introspective resolution as Scarlett O'Hara fully reconciles with herself and the world around her. She has accepted that the past is an integral part of who she is, but it no longer defines her actions or her future. Scarlett has matured into a woman capable of seeing the bigger picture and understanding that life is about both giving and receiving. Her relationship with Rhett Butler, while not fully restored, no longer holds the emotional grip it once did, and she starts to focus on nurturing her relationship with her children and her role at Tara. The chapter emphasizes Scarlett's internal peace, as she no longer battles herself or the ghosts of her past. Instead, she has come to terms with her imperfections and has learned to live with them. The book ends with Scarlett contemplating the future, realizing that while the road ahead will still hold challenges, she has the strength and resilience to face whatever comes. Her resolution to keep moving forward is a quiet affirmation of her emotional journey, signaling that she has finally reached a place of true self-acceptance. Key notes: reconciliation with self. Scarlett comes to a place of internal peace and acceptance. Less focus on Rhett, her focus shifts away from past relationships to her family and her future. Quiet strength. The chapter reflects Scarlett's newfound ability to move forward with quiet resolve. Analysis. Chapter 48 represents the completion of Scarlett's journey to self-acceptance. It underscores the idea that emotional healing does not come from dramatic transformations but from gradual growth and quiet introspection. Scarlett has stopped running from her past and has made peace with the choices she has made. By focusing on her family and her future, she has found the balance that had eluded her for so long. This chapter provides a subtle yet powerful conclusion to her emotional journey, showing that real strength lies in accepting oneself and moving forward with purpose. Chapter 49, A New Legacy. Summary. In Chapter 49, Scarlett O'Hara begins to solidify her legacy, not through romantic entanglements or past struggles, but through her determination to rebuild and secure her family's future. As she continues to focus on Tara, Scarlett realizes that her true purpose lies in the land, her family, and the continuity of their legacy. She embraces her role as the guardian of Tara, understanding that while she cannot undo the past, she can ensure a strong foundation for the generations to come. This chapter highlights Scarlett's commitment to her family's survival and prosperity. Though her emotional wounds remain, they no longer define her actions. Instead, Scarlett channels her energy into preserving what is most important, her heritage. She begins to look beyond herself and her personal struggles, shifting her focus to the broader legacy she will leave behind. The chapter ends with Scarlett standing firmly at the helm of Tara, ready to face whatever challenges arise with a sense of purpose and pride in her role. Key notes. Commitment to legacy. Scarlett's focus shifts to the future of her family and the preservation of Tara. Endurance over romance. Her personal growth and emotional healing are now centered on familial ties rather than past romantic relationships. Leadership at Tara. Scarlett embraces her role as the protector and leader of her family's legacy. Analysis. Chapter 49 marks a pivotal moment in Scarlett's transformation from a woman defined by personal desires and romantic pursuits to one who understands the broader significance of family and legacy. Her emotional growth culminates in her decision to invest fully in the survival of her family, leaving behind the obsessive focus on the past. This chapter underscores the idea that healing can come not only through personal reconciliation but also through dedication to something larger than oneself. Scarlett's newfound purpose reflects her journey from a self-centered individual to a woman who understands the importance of legacy, leadership, and family. Chapter 50, The Horizon Beckons. Summary. Chapter 50 concludes Scarlett O'Hara's journey, symbolizing the full circle of her emotional and personal growth. As she looks to the future, Scarlett reflects on everything she has overcome, the heartbreak, the loss, the mistakes, and realizes that, despite it all, she has emerged stronger and more resolute. Though the story of her love for Red is unresolved, Scarlett finally understands that it is not the end of her journey but a part of a larger, ongoing process. She has learned to live without looking back, facing forward with hope for the future. The chapter ends with Scarlett looking toward the horizon, metaphorically and literally, signaling that her emotional journey has brought her to a place of peace and readiness to face what lies ahead. With her family secure and her future open, Scarlett is ready to embrace whatever life offers, confident in her ability to navigate the challenges of the unknown. Key notes. Looking forward. Scarlett's final acceptance of her journey and her readiness to embrace the future. Emotional resolution. She finds peace in knowing she has grown beyond her past struggles. Symbol of hope. The horizon represents the endless possibilities ahead for Scarlett and her family. Analysis. Chapter 50 encapsulates the central theme of resilience and growth that runs throughout Scarlett O'Hara's story. It is a fitting conclusion to her character arc, demonstrating that emotional healing and personal growth are ongoing processes. Scarlett's ability to look ahead, with both hope and strength, shows that while the past has shaped her, it does not define her future. The horizon symbolizes both an ending and a new beginning, signaling that Scarlett's story, while reaching a conclusion in the novel, continues as she faces the world with renewed determination. Chapter 51, The Burden of the Past. Summary. In Chapter 51, Scarlett O'Hara finds herself grappling with the weight of her decisions as the events of her past continue to shape her present. Despite her efforts to move forward, memories of Rhett and the losses she has endured linger in her thoughts. She realizes that, though she has made great strides in rebuilding her life, the past will always be a part of her. Her struggle to reconcile with it reflects the complexity of human emotions, as Scarlett refuses to let go of the past entirely while simultaneously working to reclaim her future. Scarlett's relationship with her family becomes a focal point in this chapter, as she takes on a more active role in managing Tara. Despite her internal battles, she derives strength from her connection to her heritage and the land that has supported her throughout her life. The chapter emphasizes Scarlett's ongoing emotional complexity and her determination to keep moving forward, even as she remains tethered to what she cannot change. Key notes. Confronting the past, Scarlett wrestles with the persistence of past memories and regrets. Heritage is strength, her connection to Tara strengthens her resolve to move forward. Ongoing emotional struggle, Scarlett's emotional journey remains complicated, as she faces the constant pull of her past. Analysis. Chapter 51 highlights the enduring conflict between moving forward and being tethered to the past. Scarlett's emotional complexity is brought to the forefront, showing that personal growth is not linear, and the past continues to influence her decisions. The chapter demonstrates her resilience as she confronts this tension while drawing strength from her heritage. It serves as a reminder that emotional healing is an ongoing process, one that is often marked by setbacks and the need for continuous effort. Chapter 52, The Weight of Independence. Summary. In Chapter 52, Scarlett O'Hara continues to assert her independence, taking charge of her life and the future of Tara. With the loss of her romantic hopes for Rhett, Scarlett channels her energy into her work, making difficult decisions about the future of the land and its preservation. The chapter showcases Scarlett's growing maturity as she becomes more adept at managing the responsibilities that come with her independence. Despite her new strength, Scarlett continues to face the emotional weight of her past decisions, particularly regarding her estranged relationship with Rhett. As she navigates the complexity of balancing her independence with the unresolved emotions of her past, Scarlett begins to realize that self-reliance and emotional fulfillment do not always go hand in hand. The chapter ends with Scarlett continuing her journey of self-discovery, understanding that emotional resolution will take time, but it will eventually come through the strength she has cultivated. Key notes. Embracing independence. Scarlett leans into her independence, taking charge of her future and Tara's future. Emotional complexity. Her relationship with Rhett remains unresolved, but Scarlett channels her energy into her work. Realization of the limits of independence. Scarlett starts to understand that emotional healing requires more than just self-reliance. Analysis. Chapter 52 explores the theme of independence, which has been a cornerstone of Scarlett's character throughout the novel. However, this chapter also reveals the limitations of independence in terms of emotional fulfillment. While Scarlett has become more self-sufficient, her emotional growth requires a different kind of vulnerability and connection. The chapter underscores that true strength comes from understanding the balance between self-reliance and emotional connection to others. Chapter 53, The Struggle for Forgiveness. Summary. In Chapter 53, Scarlett O'Hara continues her emotional journey, seeking reconciliation with those she has hurt, especially Rhett. Her desire for his forgiveness grows stronger, but she grapples with the reality that some wounds may never fully heal. This chapter focuses on Scarlett's inner conflict as she tries to come to terms with her actions, realizing that forgiveness is a two-way street. She longs for Rhett to understand the depth of her feelings, but she also knows that she must take responsibility for her role in their separation. As Scarlett seeks forgiveness, she is forced to confront the hard truths of her own pride and emotional stubbornness. Despite her growth, she still struggles to fully let go of her ego and accept her faults. The chapter ends with Scarlett still uncertain about whether reconciliation with Rhett is possible, but she resolves to pursue it nonetheless, understanding that the path to redemption is neither quick nor easy. Key notes. Seeking forgiveness. Scarlett's ongoing quest for Rhett's forgiveness and reconciliation with her past. Confronting pride. She faces the challenge of letting go of her pride and accepting responsibility for her actions. Emotional growth and struggle. Scarlett's journey toward forgiveness is slow and painful but crucial for her emotional healing. Analysis. Chapter 53 delves into the complex dynamics of forgiveness and the emotional labor it requires. Scarlett's continued desire for Rhett's forgiveness reflects her internal struggle to reconcile with the choices she made. This chapter highlights the difficulty of balancing pride with the vulnerability required for genuine emotional healing. Scarlett's realization that forgiveness is not easily attained underscores the deep emotional work still needed for her to move forward and truly heal. The chapter presents forgiveness as a gradual and often painful process, reflecting the nuanced emotional landscape of the novel. Chapter 54, The Burden of Love. Summary. In Chapter 54, Scarlett O'Hara grapples with the complexities of love and forgiveness, especially as it pertains to her feelings for Rhett. Though she remains deeply in love with him, she begins to question whether her attachment is rooted in genuine love or a need for control and possession. Scarlett's realization that her past actions have been driven by a desire to claim Rhett for herself, rather than a deep understanding of him, forces her to confront the deeper emotional wounds she has carried for so long. As the chapter progresses, Scarlett continues to wrestle with her emotions, determined to reclaim the love she feels she has lost. However, her internal conflict becomes more pronounced as she contemplates whether she truly deserves Rhett's forgiveness or if she has only been chasing the illusion of love. The chapter concludes with Scarlett torn between her pride and her love for Rhett, unsure of how to move forward but unwilling to give up on their relationship. Key notes. Love and control. Scarlett begins to see that her love for Rhett may have been entangled with a need for control. Self-realization. She struggles to differentiate between true love and emotional attachment rooted in pride. Emotional struggle. Scarlett's journey toward emotional clarity is difficult as she navigates conflicting desires. Analysis. Chapter 54 underscores the tension between love and control that has characterized Scarlett's relationships throughout the novel. This chapter reflects Scarlett's emotional evolution, as she begins to recognize that her past desires were often self-serving and not truly reflective of genuine love. It also highlights the deep emotional work required to untangle complex feelings, and the difficulty of accepting that true love involves vulnerability and sacrifice, not just possession and pride. Chapter 55, A Moment of Clarity. Summary. In Chapter 55, Scarlett experiences a moment of clarity in which she begins to understand the full scope of her emotional journey. She recognizes that her obsession with Rhett and her earlier fixation on Ashley were rooted in a deep sense of insecurity and fear of abandonment. Scarlett realizes that to truly heal and find peace, she must let go of these attachments and learn to live for herself, not for the validation of others. The chapter explores Scarlett's newfound ability to acknowledge the complexity of her emotions without trying to control or manipulate them. For the first time, she allows herself to fully experience her emotions without clinging to them for self-definition. As she comes to terms with the reality of her situation, Scarlett embraces the idea that emotional freedom comes from within, and not from others' approval or love. This moment of clarity marks a significant turning point in her emotional growth. Key notes. Emotional clarity. Scarlett reaches a point of self-awareness, understanding the roots of her emotional attachments. Letting go, she begins to release her need for validation and learns to live for herself. Growth and freedom. The chapter signifies Scarlett's emotional breakthrough and her ability to embrace freedom from past attachments. Analysis. Chapter 55 represents a crucial shift in Scarlett's emotional development. It is the first time she fully acknowledges that her love for Rhett and Ashley were driven by insecurity rather than genuine emotional connection. This chapter emphasizes that true emotional freedom comes from self-acceptance and the ability to let go of past dependencies. Scarlett's growth reflects the universal theme of healing through self-awareness and the willingness to change, rather than clinging to outdated emotional patterns. Chapter 56, The Strain of Solitude. Summary. In Chapter 56, Scarlett O'Hara faces the emotional toll of solitude. While she has made strides in reconciling with herself, the isolation she feels from Rhett and the remnants of her past relationships weigh heavily on her heart. Scarlett is left to confront the reality that, while she has grown emotionally, she has done so at the cost of personal connections and intimacy. This chapter explores the tension between her independence and the longing for companionship, as she struggles to balance the two. Scarlett's internal dialogue reflects her loneliness, even as she continues to take charge of her life. While she refuses to allow this loneliness to define her, it is clear that her emotional journey has left her with a deep sense of isolation. She begins to realize that while she is capable of being independent, she also needs human connection to fully heal and move forward. Key notes: loneliness. Scarlett confronts the emotional cost of her independence and self-reliance. Internal conflict. She struggles with the tension between independence and the desire for connection. Emotional growth versus isolation. The chapter explores the limits of emotional growth without the support of others. Analysis. Chapter 56 highlights the emotional cost of Scarlett's independence. While she has learned to live on her own terms, this journey has led her to experience profound loneliness. The chapter underscores the difficulty of navigating emotional growth without meaningful human connections. It also illustrates that emotional freedom, while valuable, requires a balance with the need for love and companionship, and that isolation can be a heavy burden even for a strong, independent person like Scarlett. Chapter 57, The Struggle for Redemption. Summary. In Chapter 57, Scarlett O'Hara grapples with the concept of redemption, both from others and from herself. She reflects on her past mistakes, particularly her treatment of Rhett, and begins to understand that redemption is not something that can be easily earned or given. Scarlett realizes that her emotional journey will require her to accept her flaws, rather than try to change or deny them. The chapter emphasizes the difficulty of reconciling with the past, especially when the hurt caused by those mistakes is so deep. Scarlett's search for redemption takes on a more introspective tone as she comes to terms with the fact that she cannot undo the damage she has caused. Instead, she must accept her past actions and seek to move forward with integrity. This realization marks a turning point in Scarlett's understanding of herself and the world around her, as she learns that redemption is a process of accepting responsibility, not a final destination. Key notes: self-acceptance. Scarlett learns that redemption involves accepting her flaws and past mistakes. Search for redemption. Her emotional growth shifts toward seeking internal peace, rather than external forgiveness. Introspection. The chapter highlights Scarlett's growing understanding of redemption as a personal journey. Analysis. Chapter 57 underscores the theme of redemption, emphasizing that it is not about erasing past mistakes but accepting them and growing from them. Scarlett's journey toward redemption is not linear or straightforward, and this chapter shows her coming to terms with the fact that healing requires embracing her flaws. This realization is crucial for Scarlett, as it marks her growing emotional maturity and the acceptance that true redemption is a continuous, internal process. Chapter 58, The Price of Change. Summary. In Chapter 58, Scarlett O'Hara reflects on the sacrifices she has made throughout her life, particularly in the pursuit of personal growth and emotional independence. As she faces the reality that change comes at a cost, Scarlett begins to understand the true price of the transformations she has undergone. Though she has gained emotional resilience and strength, the cost has been the loss of certain relationships, particularly with Rhett. Scarlett's reflections reveal that, while change has brought her closer to self-actualization, it has also made her realize the importance of balance. She begins to accept that no transformation is without sacrifice, and that the price of emotional growth is often the loss of things one holds dear. Despite this, Scarlett is resolute in her belief that the changes she has made are necessary for her survival and future happiness. Key notes: sacrifice of change. Scarlett reflects on the emotional and relational costs of her personal growth. Realization of balance. She understands that emotional growth often requires sacrifice and balance. Self-actualization. Scarlett acknowledges the complexity of change and its impact on her relationships. Analysis. Chapter 58 delves into the theme of sacrifice, emphasizing that change, while necessary for personal growth, often requires difficult choices. Scarlett's realization that transformation comes at a cost marks a critical point in her emotional development. The chapter reflects the idea that true growth involves not only gaining strength but also accepting the losses that accompany it. It underscores the complexity of change, showing that the path to self-actualization often involves painful sacrifices. Chapter 59, The Reconciliation Within. Summary. In Chapter 59, Scarlett O'Hara reaches a moment of personal reconciliation. She begins to understand that the key to healing is not dependent on external validation, particularly from Rhett, but rather on accepting herself. This chapter explores Scarlett's struggle to truly forgive herself for the pain she has caused, both to herself and to others. As she reflects on her mistakes, Scarlett starts to let go of the guilt that has held her captive for so long. While she is not fully at peace, Scarlett begins to embrace the idea that she is worthy of happiness, despite the mistakes she has made. Her internal reconciliation marks a pivotal moment in her journey, as she no longer seeks constant approval from others, particularly from Rhett. Instead, she starts to accept her flaws and look forward to a future where she can live on her own terms. Key notes: self-forgiveness. Scarlett reaches a place of self-acceptance, recognizing that forgiveness begins with herself. Internal peace. She starts to embrace the possibility of healing internally, independent of others' opinions. Emotional growth. This chapter emphasizes Scarlett's shift toward emotional maturity and independence. Analysis. Chapter 59 highlights the theme of self-reconciliation, showing that emotional growth is not just about seeking forgiveness from others but about accepting one's own flaws and mistakes. Scarlett's evolving sense of self-worth is a crucial aspect of her journey, marking her progress toward true healing. Her realization that she is capable of finding peace within herself indicates the completion of her emotional transformation. Chapter 60, The Burden of the Past. Summary. In Chapter 60, Scarlett O'Hara confronts the heavy burden of her past actions. While she has made progress in healing, the weight of her past decisions continues to weigh on her. The chapter delves into Scarlett's realization that she cannot simply erase her mistakes, but must learn to live with them. Her past will always be a part of her, but she begins to understand that it no longer defines her future. Scarlett acknowledges that while the scars of her past may never fully disappear, she is no longer controlled by them. She becomes determined to face the future with courage, even if it means accepting that some wounds may never fully heal. This chapter marks Scarlett's understanding that healing is an ongoing process, and that she must find a way to live with both the joy and the pain that life has given her. Key notes. Living with the past. Scarlett learns to accept that her past cannot be erased, but it no longer dictates her future. Acceptance and courage. She begins to understand that healing is about living with the consequences of her actions. Emotional resilience. Scarlett builds emotional resilience by acknowledging her past without letting it control her. Analysis. Chapter 60 emphasizes the ongoing nature of healing and emotional growth. Scarlett's acceptance of her past is a key turning point, as she learns that she can move forward without forgetting or denying her past. This marks a shift from the idealized notion of redemption to a more nuanced understanding that healing requires both courage and acceptance. Chapter 61, A Quiet Moment. Summary. In Chapter 61, Scarlett O'Hara finds a rare moment of quiet reflection. After years of emotional turmoil and constant striving, Scarlett takes a pause to simply be with herself. The chapter focuses on her realization that she has been so focused on the future and her ambitions that she has neglected the importance of living in the present moment. Scarlett reflects on the life she has lived, acknowledging both the pain and the triumphs that have shaped her. In this quiet moment, she feels a sense of peace, recognizing that her journey has made her stronger and wiser. This moment of stillness allows Scarlett to fully appreciate how far she has come and how much she has learned, even if she hasn't reached the idealized ending she once envisioned. Key notes. Present reflection. Scarlett pauses to reflect on her life and how her journey has shaped her. Emotional peace. She experiences a rare moment of peace, acknowledging both the struggles and the growth she has undergone. Self-appreciation. Scarlett takes time to appreciate her emotional growth, despite the imperfections of her journey. Analysis. Chapter 61 represents a moment of quiet introspection that underscores Scarlett's emotional progress. It highlights the importance of self-reflection in the healing process and the value of appreciating the journey, rather than focusing solely on the destination. Scarlett's ability to find peace in the present moment shows that emotional growth involves learning to be content with who you are, regardless of past mistakes. Chapter 62, The Path Forward. Summary. In Chapter 62, Scarlett O'Hara faces the future with renewed resolve. Having confronted her past, healed from her emotional wounds, and gained clarity, she is ready to take the next step in her life. The chapter explores Scarlett's decision to move forward, not with a sense of regret, but with determination to embrace her future on her own terms. She no longer seeks validation from others or relies on external circumstances for happiness. Scarlett's growth has led her to a place of independence and strength, and she resolves to live a life that is true to herself. Though she acknowledges that the future may still hold challenges, Scarlett feels prepared to face them head-on, confident in her ability to navigate whatever comes next. Key notes. New resolve. Scarlett embraces the future with determination and self-confidence. Independent future. She chooses to move forward without relying on others for validation. Emotional strength. The chapter emphasizes Scarlett's newfound emotional strength and readiness for what lies ahead. Analysis. Chapter 62 marks a culmination of Scarlett's emotional journey, as she moves forward with a deep sense of independence and emotional resilience. Her decision to live life on her own terms reflects her growth and the lessons she has learned. The chapter highlights that true emotional strength comes from self-acceptance and the ability to face the future with courage. Chapter 63, Acceptance and Peace. Summary. In the final chapter, Scarlett O'Hara reaches a place of deep acceptance and peace. She understands that her journey has not been easy, but it has led her to a profound sense of self-understanding and emotional maturity. Scarlett no longer seeks to control or possess others. Instead, she has learned to accept life as it is, with all of its imperfections and uncertainties. The chapter closes with Scarlett looking toward the future, not with desperation, but with a quiet sense of hope. While she recognizes that life will continue to present challenges, she is now prepared to face them with the wisdom and resilience she has gained. Scarlett's emotional journey comes full circle, as she embraces the present moment and the possibility of a future shaped by her own choices. Key notes. Emotional peace. Scarlett finds peace in accepting herself and the course of her life. Future hope. She faces the future with quiet hope, no longer driven by desperation or regret. Self-understanding. Scarlett's journey concludes with a deep sense of self-awareness and emotional growth. Analysis. Chapter 63 marks the conclusion of Scarlett's emotional journey, showcasing her acceptance of both her past and future. It highlights the theme of emotional peace, which comes not from perfect resolutions, but from embracing life's complexities. Scarlett's ability to find hope in the future, despite its uncertainties, signifies the ultimate emotional triumph in her story. Thanks for listening SI Audiobooks.